Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it. To the top, yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top. Cause I never stop, my own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe. And you will succeed, put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe. And you will succeed, put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation. And start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe. And you will succeed, put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe. And you will succeed, put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, Fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 low, you still go. Go, go, slow, you still go. Go, go, hope, you still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and assailant. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you always had it inside is the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a million. won't quit today, we don't stop. No, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world. Yeah, we steer it, getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done. Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters. Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be, put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up, still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it coming in, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG session with Plausible Gaming Championship Series. It's Season 6 and we have a banger matchup today. I'm of course Hyperactive and I am joined by Puffo Bob. Puffo, it's good to have you back into the PGCS. How are you feeling about today?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited to see what new names we're going to be able to see, maybe a new champion from the previous one compared to it. And of course, it's always a pleasure to be on the desk with you.
Absolutely. I'm excited for what we've got. We've got a few returners coming back, such as 31 Gaming making their full return, Full Rush making their full return as well. But there's a plethora of new names that are coming in. And just to add on to these plethora of names, about half of these also looking to qualify into the EWC, the Esports World Cup. So this is not only just for the prize money that we have ahead of us, but great practice towards one of the biggest championships in the world.
Absolutely. And it's going to be PUBG here. I mean, it's very exciting. It doesn't show that you have this one map and that's your only chance here when it comes for every single one, each and one of these teams. It comes down to each map specifically. Now, there's a point count. There you can absolutely show off and be the best at a specific map and then throw it off into the second. But again, a lot of opportunities, and I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, the biggest teams, as I said, the standouts for me, 31 Gaming, shown up in multiple servers. I've seen them pop into South American scrims, North American scrims, and I believe European scrims as well. They are determined to make a big step up, and of course, an homage to the legendary Chinese squad of 17 Gaming is linked to their similar colors. But of course, Full Rush has said a good, strong, but Iniox, another strong contender that I've seen dotted around amongst the PUBG scene, should be a team that we should fear. Whether they could pull off a chicken dinner, that is an entirely different story.
Yeah, that's a story on its own, and like we said, we're going to have to let time give its ticking, and in the meanwhile, I'm just excited. Like we said, 6 maps, it's going to be interesting. PUBG, it's very simple. Teams are going in, but at the same time, you do want to keep an eye out for where you want to drop, when you want to drop, which teams you really want to focus, because there's some big names, like you said, Hyper. There's going to be some names you want to keep an eye out for, and of course, that might be threats already right now pursuing that #1 spot in the very end. Now, things do tend to change in the final zone, and teams like to go a bit more for kills rather than positions, because you can get 10 kills, and it's going to be the same amount of points as if you were first.
Absolutely. Of course, talking of the point system, as a reminder for anyone who is not a big PUBG fan, top 8 will be granted points. Of course, a little jump ahead is at 10 points for first, then it's 8, and then downwards for the remaining points on the table for your position, but it's 1 point for every kill. So in rightly saying, you could go with 10 kills, get knocked out in 9th place, and still walk out like you've won and not done any work at all. But critically, placement points will majorly come forward. But before we continue any further, just a reminder to everybody here, why aren't you in our server? Why aren't you in our Discord server? Come along, get along, as it's one of the greatest servers to look for players, look for teams, look for games, and the ability to use the bot feature within inside this as well. So make sure you head over to Plausible's Discord, where you can hop in. Poffo,
Yeah.
the map lineup is same as usual, but we're starting with Erangel first. Do you see this as a kind of familiarity kind of situation, or do you see their challenge being having Erangel to kick things off?
I'm just gonna have to ask you to repeat, since it was cutting you out a bit, Hyper, if you could repeat
Oh,
it.
no problem. No problem. So I was asking, with Erangel coming first, because normally you could have Myanmar first.
Yeah.
Do you feel that being the oldest map of Erangel, this should be familiar, or do you see this posing a very technical challenge?
I think it's gonna be like a staple of PUBG. I feel like this is one of those maps that people are familiar with, they know how to play around, but at the same time, you know, you still have to get a certain playstyle. This is a bit more of an open map. Yes, you have those certain parts of the map that are very cluttered together, the buildings, everything alike, but in the end, there's a lot of ground, there's also a lot of cover, and there's going to be a lot of variety when it comes to how people want to take gunfights. Do they want to be a bit more up close? Do they want to take high ground and try and go with a bit of Dragunovs on the way? I don't know. I think like this is one of the most diverse maps when it comes down to playstyle, and I think people have played it for such a while long in the comp scene that they're more than used to it.
2017 the game came out. I know it feels like it should be a lot longer, and that was the first map that ever came. Then, of course, once we've had 2 rounds of Myanmar in traditional PUBG fashion, we will go to Rondo, then Tiago, and then 2 rounds of Myanmar to finish it off, of which Myanmar is a cluster of mountains, cover galore, and definitely bring out your snipers for a fair battle ahead of you. But we have to continue and focus onto that Erangel side, and the zones have been, especially more recently, a little bit more rowdy than they should be normally. We're not having very central zones, we're not having inlands. I've been seeing quite a lot of zones where a portion of it is not playable.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but Erangel, like I said, it's going to be common, but at the same time, the zones have been getting a bit more, you could say, dicey at times. And a lot of teams also like to take advantage of anyone that's a bit too late of getting inside the zone within its due given time. Especially, you know, around the skirts, they just camp out, they wait for you to come in, and while you're trying to really pressure in that small time and the zone catching up behind you, there's going to be also shots to be fired. That's an easy way for teams to start picking others off, while, again, you know, it's easy kills, it's easy fights, and people want to take advantage of those as much as you can. But in the end, again, then there's third parties constantly. I think that's going to be one of the major leaders when we go into this map. It's going to be constant third parties. You think you're alone with the team, you think you have a hand over them, but all of a sudden, half of your team is wiped, and there's another one looking to claim the prize.
Yeah, third parties will definitely be the staple of this entire game, of course, as well as zone positioning. We've seen time and time again, a lot of the bigger names being able to predict or put themselves into zones that benefit them, and this is critical as their first landing position, because being central doesn't always mean you have the upper hand. A lot of the time, especially when there's a river in the middle, it's knowing which side of the river should we be on. And a lot of, as I said, a lot of these bigger names will know where to position themselves. More recently, I think I watched Rock Esports because you have, what, 9 zones each map? I'd probably say a half of them out of the 6 matches I watched, they were somewhat so inside that zone. So massively important to make those right predictions, understand the mechanics, because remember, after 4 zones, it has to go inland.
Absolutely. And the more zones there are, the less space there becomes. The closer each and every player comes to each other, more gunfights, more anticipation, more aggression, and more risks to be taken, with, of course, the final 3 or 4 teams playing it as safely as they can to try and secure them. Now, I do want to mention, Hyper, that there is a little little thing that the viewers themselves can also do to maybe claim a bit of points for themselves. You know, there's also players who are trying to claim a big prize, which is going to be that $180 prize pool. But what about the viewers, Hyper? What can they do?
Well, dotted around, we will be having links dedicated everywhere for you guys to go in and essentially do a few tasks, such as retweeting some of the posts that have been put up onto Plausible Gaming, or following us on our Twitch, and of course joining the Discord. Once you do that, you will be entered into some tickets into the giveaway of 2,000 PUBG coins. And dotted throughout, we're dropping secret viewer codes that will give you 50 entries. So stay tuned throughout this entire game. We have 6 of them, and we're dotting them across all 6 games.
Absolutely. And all of this is thanks to Plausible Gaming, the fantastic community-built system that allows you not only to join the Discord, get people like yourself to try and grow maybe a team, to have a bit of fun, play competitive, whatever you wish, and in the end, grow as a person, get some friends along the way, and of course, it's a non-toxic community with an esports-like relationship that you simply cannot miss out on. So make sure to get in now, before it's too late. It never will be too late, to be honest, but of course, while we're still growing, there's pros and cons. And going into these maps, I mean, people are already dropping. We see Delulu here going a bit outside of that center side. And currently, this is one of the teams that I've witnessed in the past.
Yeah, of course, these drops, a lot of teams are going to not know fully where each other positions. So we might get a few hot drops in this matchup coming forward, but 9 times out of 10, most drops are very calm, very aligned. They're not going to over-aggress each other and not going to push into anybody's territory, but the zone should be marked. What do we have coming forward, though, talking about hot drops? Full of mangoes, landing ultra close to another squad, but dipping away to the other side of Pochinki, I think this is.
Absolutely. Well, the mangoes here going on a bit of a drive-by, trying to not only claim loot, but find that early initiation. I imagine they don't expect someone to be as close by, but once you pick up that vehicle, you get yourself easy mode of transport, and in the meanwhile, again, approach others, get these opportunities, maybe spread out more to gain information on where others might lie, and where gunfights might be going down for you to intercept. But currently, it's the looting phase. Everyone's just trying to get themselves racked up nice and easy, without trying to get into too much aggression themselves.
My big question, and if observers you're watching, can we get an idea of where the map, what map are we looking at? What's that first zone? Because prison looks to be in, which means we're definitely down to that southeastern position. And that's the big question that I am asking. But nonetheless, yeah, a lot of looting will be happening, and we'll definitely have to wait and see. Let me poke the observers for this map.
Yeah, we do need to see the circle. I mean, again, it's a great way to start off having a bit of a realization where we really lie. And currently, we're having a look at AMW, or Afton Mitwaffen, which I hopefully didn't butcher. Again, having a similar way with everyone else, just gathering vehicles, gathering loot, and everything still being at a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, of course, Delulu? Is that how we're pronouncing this
yeah,
team?
Delulu.
Oh! Ouch! I said this was East. Oh, I told you, I said it from the get-go, we're gonna have a lot of weird zones, and that is one of them. The whole of the military base, no one's dropped there, no one's gone that direction. Ouch! Damn!
Oh, wow. George Paul either. I mean, the very top, Ron Stalber, it's completely empty. Everyone's been completely just center-sided and spread across this one horizontal line, while the circle itself is interestingly positioned to not be around those main focus area points of the map. Now, a lot of teams are making headway towards the circle themselves, but a majority of them are just outside of it trying to gather some loot.
Yeah, critically, you know, we're not going to see a lot of people go Stalber, not great loot, and as well, so far out the way, and especially with the plane path we had, was not feeling, you know, you can't really zoom yourself up there, but we're definitely going to see a lot of teams bury themselves up in a few of these cities that are located inside. Prison being one of them. We've already got a squad that's positioned themselves there. But then that comes with rotation. I've always find this east side of the map has quite a lot of open space and not a lot of good cover, unlike the northern part of the map where Stalber is, where you've got these hills to play off. So we're going to be seeing a lot more creative positioning and a lot of people having to use cars, having to create covers to help them out.
55E simply going around houses. Now, IZRD from the outside looking to claim a bit of kills on themselves. We haven't seen a single body drop just yet. Still all 64 players alive. Not a single casualty on any of the teams. And early crates as well. We do see Jimbo quite close to it, but not really going for the direct approach.
Yeah, well, it's inside Malta. This is, honestly, Malta, my hotspot, my drop. But more critically, look at that. Level 3 military, level 3 helmet, level 3 backpack. Done, bro. I'm done. I'm happy if I pick up that crate. But back to my point about Malta, no one dropping there. And I find that spot is that it's my usual drop spot point, and I try and push myself there time and time again. I've had many victories coming off it, admittedly from a casual player's perspective, but for me, that is a strong position. You've got a good rotation. You could quickly drop down to military if needed to. And even if the zone doesn't land that direction, it's great rotation to the west. But zones landed there. So a lot of loot that's not going to be touched, a possibility for a secret key and a quick rotation to the secret area is not being utilized here.
Certainly not the best. Missing out on a bit of a hidden gem. I don't know if every single team is thinking that someone's already claimed it, or they might have not just put it into consideration, but what's done is done. It's still waiting for a bit of lootage. Currently, though, we are looking at Delula here. Some of these players still just sitting back. Everyone's waiting to be approached rather than to approach. Although I do believe 55E and Delula might be coming in close confrontation in any moment.
Yeah, 55E are not too far away, especially with the gunshot that we saw Pappy just use to get rid of some of his windows. The presence and knowledge that they're there now, they're not gonna move. You're not gonna move if you don't have to, and at this point in time, it's gonna be a stalemate from here onwards. Which, you know, I have to ask you a question here, Bob. From that map line, where are you dropping?
That's a good question. Honestly, I feel like George Paul. That's going to be my answer.
Where?
I'm going top right. I'm going top right at the very beginning.
You go to Stalber?
Yeah.
That's a long drop. I honestly don't try and do those long drops. I try and stay relatively close because I always lose those first gun battles on the floor.
That's why I go for
every
the long
time.
I want to go a long distance. I don't want to go into a battle with anyone. I'm bad with shooting.
Oh, it's definitely some interesting drops. But we said about those secret codes. How about we drop one now? First one being winner PG, and that is of course no spaces. This will also be in the chat, so keep an eye on the chat while we get the spellings out for you. But winner PG, the first of the secret codes. Go into the link that we provided into the chat, which will give you to that giveaway page, onto the Glem. Then you will see a section that says enter secret viewer code. Type in winner PG, no spaces, all caps.
That's it. Just like it. You gotta stay on the stream. Gotta watch out for these codes every now and then. And of course, claim them when time is around. But in the meanwhile, we've already had 2 players lose their lives. Although some teams are starting to lose it. It's been both on the side of Hot 90s, who definitely haven't had the hottest of beginnings. Although it might have been a loss, the team still is in the game, but with 0 kills, the point count is definitely going to be looking no better.
Yeah, and also the fact that trying to run the distance to the zone is not going to help. And also running north to the zone. Yeah, buddy, definitely need to be running to the east. But it comes down to losing those initial gunfights and then not having a vehicle to escape. You're going to be scared for your life. But this is first zone ticks, so it shouldn't be too much. Meanwhile, Dragon Kiss Last time I saw somebody with shelter was Team Liquid, and Puddy got stuck in there. So, not recommended to end up inside of shelter.
Not recommended, no. So let's just see how they're going to be taking this advice. If they can hear us with that little couple of minute delay, maybe there's going to be coming into them with a bit of a late message. Team Mira holding FTM under LeBay, just holding them hostage in this one building, not allowing easy movement. Again, is going to be great. And as long as you can surround the team correctly, they might be having a bit of trouble. But we are going to be surpassing the first 10 minutes, and it's honestly a surprise only 2 players have died up until this point.
Mirror is a common team I see amongst the American crews, but this is horrible to see as the 1-4, 5-3s are coming in hot to getting things started. The comeback from the hard fences and coming back to get some shots, and this is huge. Dr. Ooh, hello, get things started, get things rocking. You're really coming back after losing 2. Wow, huge performance, and we're looking to possibly see the first team go out.
There we go. The Hard Phoenix already given off some work. While one player was downed, another to be taken out. In the meanwhile, they are putting in those bullets, and there it goes. The final one, the Panzerfaust, onto Wexner, and all of a sudden, 1453 have found themselves eliminated. Majority of this damage being dealt by a single player, that being Dr. Upax.
Yeah, Dr. Ooh getting it sorted. But again, you're fighting over a very competitive area of hill. You want to be somewhat so on this hill, and especially because now you're onto the other side of that building, which you could see on your minimap. You know, 9 times out of 10, no one's going to be occupying this hill, occupying that building. You want to be focusing more on being inside the zone, having that height control, and that's where that fight had to break out. And in doing so, we're just seeing Idiox. That's an upset from my side, because I said Iniox being a strong team quickly taken away.
Out of 0 from 100, all of a sudden, within a minute and 30 seconds, about 10 players have died, and many more are to follow as Full Rush Zech is not going to be stopping in his tracks. That's another one for the claim. Aim W losing a Cupolypto, and all of a sudden, I mean, we're starting to lose some bodies here. A lot of teams are suffering. 2 of them already eliminated. Just like again, there's going to be more blood to be shed. Hala defending his teammate that's down. Another one about to bleed out at any moment. And it's starting to get a bit more stressful on this hillside too.
Yeah, they start to come out, and Hallow left alive. Can't keep it going, but Full Rush definitely rushed this squad, and the AMW taken away as well. And that's the second engagement we've had for positioning and being outside in the open. I was expecting maybe a little bit more of a building battle, but no, this is fighting for hills right now.
The high ground always tends to be quite nice to work with. But in the meanwhile, these risks Full Rush are putting in to keep it themselves and under contention are definitely going to be giving them a bit of a reward, but that's not the first one, nor the last one. We're going to have to see how in the end they're going to be able to contest it for much longer. Now, they are still inside the circle, but many more teams are going to be closing in, and we have 48 players still alive.
Yeah, you've got a lot of players still going. Of course, it's not usual to see teams go out onto Phase 2. 9 times out of 10, it's Phase 3, Phase 4. We start to lose a lot of teams. But with the last 20 seconds on Phase 2, there's a lot of numbers in what I'm saying. We're about to get to Zone/Phase 3. We were west. Are we going to move east? Sorry, we were east about are we going to move west? That is a question that we will ask as the final seconds start to click in. Well, for sure, half of this area, the lumberyard, taken away. I can't tell if we're close, but this is interesting as we already have a lot of information. And I know 2 have gone past, and the rest of his team could set an ambush here.
Huge from them. You can already hear some bullets going off. In the meanwhile, whizzing past their heads, coming in from the backside. They found 2 or 3 players completely cornered. Some damage to be delivered. Pulls out one. That's going to be some shots in the down first in the favor of War. Now, they might have gotten that upper one, but they've taken some damage in the meanwhile, finishing off Smiley, putting him into a frowny, and all of a sudden, still being contested from all sides, although I'm not too confident how we already are going to continue with the streak.
Yeah, they might get another team pushing up, and indeed they do. As very quickly a shot goes off, but Turkish isn't prepped, isn't ready. Is able to get a little bit of damage to go down, but he will get dropped. But thankfully, ALV ready from the outside, putting some tags, putting some damage in as Hisense are coming to occupy just a little porty. How much damage are you willing to risk? Because again, another third party's coming through.
It just never stops. It never really stops. 55E coming in for one of their own. Just like that, we are ready. Having casualties of their own. DHF here, the Heart Phoenix, earlier, such a good, strong team that were really putting some teams, others, to shame. And all of a sudden, Mira themselves going to be popping up for a couple extra. Now the zone bomb nicely placed down, going to force some out of their position. And Team Mira might be one of the more dominant teams we currently have on deck.
Fourth party coming through. Team Mira wanted to pick up the scraps, get a couple of extra points, but very quickly I realized that that's already a bloodbath with 3 teams in the same area. Fourth is a little too much here. Hisense finally puts his way as BN Lee pushed out the map. At least 2 teams on the edge of this circle. The Pharynx, and we are ready. But I'm no surprise, we are ready. They're going to start dipping out of here. They don't want to push anymore.
I wouldn't either if I were them. 2 players gone. Out from the heavens comes out a bit of a tent. Nicely reset yourself. Get some headspace going. And Hisoka right next to you, about a foot away, getting into that vehicle, trying to play that rat game. Alves nicely hiding down. But the process has been brutal for some of these teams, and you can imagine while though they tried exchanging their players for some kills, you have to consider teams like Dragon Kiss have all 4 players still alive.
So does Mira, and they have got eyes on Mira. Thankfully, Dragon Kiss got a few trees, a good hill, and of course, the shelter to play with, while Mira, they're walking into their sight lines, so very critically, they're going to have to move. But, oh, that zone just did not help them as shelter is now being removed off to the site. We start to go in line with the Eastern Bridge. Milta out of play. A lot of teams still located inside of this zone, so not a lot of rotations we'll see here.
Ooh. Have to see now. I mean, we are entering just about phase 4 in the next 30, meaning, like I said, the larger the phase is, the less space there's going to be, and more teams are going to feel the need to defend themselves, which always results in bloodbath chaining on from one team to another.
Well, talking of bloodbaths, not a lot happening right now. As you can see, Dragon had control, had shelter, they had great hills to play off, but now they're in this predicament, and this is why, personally, I try and avoid shelter at all. And it's just a field of open areas to play off. You will have to use your vehicle to get across as, no surprise, I'm dipping and hiding in that bunker.
Absolutely not trying to get myself shot. And well, I mean, let's see some kills right now. While everything's still a bit more cooled off, we can go back and see the beautiful double drive-by that we saw earlier from the Heart Phoenix. And this is what really got them those kills that they currently still rock. A huge advantage, unexpected, and quick on it.
Yeah, brilliant work.
Trying to escape out of it. Meanwhile, Full Rush having a bit of actions brought down to them. Consequences to be catching up. 55. That's on the kill feed. 1 for them. It's not a fully finished job just yet, but we talk about it. And there's a down mid-driver. Quite unfortunate. Maestro's Mira 55. All are having a bit of a bout between each other as Dragons are having the worst part of it catching up on themselves. That's 2. That's 3 players. All facing very difficult times, but currently we have, what, 3, 4 major teams going neck to neck?
All of them having to rotate in. 55 Esports saying thank you very much. Easy kills. Feed it to me. Dragon Kiss getting annihilated by Mira, and that was coming, and that was expected. But it's Maestro's also stuck in a hard predicament as they're sitting on the bittersweet edge of this building as Hazard is missing all the shots, and the opportunities to keep his team alive are slipping away. And Hazira, well, it's a clutch dream for your squad. If you can make it 2 more teams, then hey, at least there's 1 point for you.
Drinking himself back up. Azari, bit of a reset ongoing. You know, the teammates already lost. You might as well go for the position. Maestros have not been able to acquire a single kill, so might as well get those pity points from positions alone. Meanwhile, there's going to be an 8 kill from 31 and trying to escape the situation. I don't think you're going to be leaving as unscathed as you would have wanted to. 7 HP, a single bullet there to deliver the job. And although Korbosh is the final one to leave you from Maestros, they still have that one to rely on.
Yeah, going straight into Mira, and no surprise, Mira will be taking him out. He's gone in the feed. But we look over to the farm, well, full of maggots, and 31, and I believe that's Free Fire, is right ready to have a little crack at them. As the stalemate, this is the beauty of the farm, is it's open, it's sightlines, and players like to hop on these roofs.
That they do. You get yourself beautiful cover from your front-siding side, and in the meanwhile, we speak of the devil. We are ready. I don't think they were ready for Mira as they came along, got them in the bag, and that's going to be another one for the point count. Now, for the Mangoes, we've seen them in the very beginning. They were the first ones to be showing off, and this might be one of their final moments around, as now they're going to be facing 31G, who have been quite present on the kill feed currently in the more recent times, and trying to fight back against them. We have about 3 teams cluttered in around, I would say, a 20 meter radius.
Maybe 50.
Yeah.
Meters in this game is a little perspective, but nonetheless, it's definitely down to the nitty-gritty as still more teams having to push into those gun lines. Mira's been farming, 31 Gaming get a little caught up, but here is Balkan Eagles as they start to push forward. This, I believe, from their logo, an Algerian squad pushing up with a 10 killing spree in the feed. Who was that? God, that was from Mira. No surprise. But Balkan gets stuck on the edge. They just need a little more push in, and then they can have some security.
Ooh, Balkan Eagles racked up quite a decent amount of kills here. Enough for half of their chicken dinner. They're looking to rack up an extra bunch. Delulu are going to be their prime victim. Let's see how well that's going to be sticking as Full Rush, even from the outskirts, looking to snipe them out in the process and just sticking building side to get themselves as much cover and safety as possible.
Yeah, but Full Rush, they've got to be wary because they still have 31 on the north side of that farm. That is a problem. Yes, they're trying to get these knocks onto Balkan, but can you confirm that you could get the flush off this? So that is probably the most important section of it all. But Ewu, and finally getting rid of the vehicle with the nade from his teammate, landing perfectly. We're down to 7, and it's so open, and still anyone's game.
Smokes here being utilized to their finest. I guess it's going to be a fantastic way of covering, but only a matter of time of how long will they last you. Some shots there from 55, finding one from Mira, delivering the blow, fakes, and also being down to the process. And that's where Mira might just fall to the thanks of 55, who are currently majorly team-wiped them. But the final one to fight back against them is going to be removing one of these players. A down onto 1, but not able to finish the job as quantity over quality. And Team Mira has been eliminated.
Mira, the strongest team of this entire lobby. They go out after their rotation, a medicine that they dealt, they finally taste it themselves. And 55 Esports, so go, well, you did it to everyone else. We might as well show you how it's done. And, well, having one of the buildings in their control, that's going to help out a lot as one of the only, well, I think there's only 2 compounds left. The northern compound and the farm compound, which is down south.
Oh, look at this zone. How small it gets at 6. Whew. That's going to be certainly a lot more interesting. But look, a couple of minutes have passed us, and all of a sudden we have 15 players alive. about an average of 2.5 per team. Really not showing a lot of teams, if any at all, have a full roster. In the meanwhile, 31 stuck up in one little hut, and the Hard Phoenix eliminated to the thanks of Mangoes.
One good nade. Let's get yourself a little bit closer, but 31 can easily be eliminated, but that's the problem. Trying to get close enough. There's too much open space. I'm looking at this map, and the push-up would utilize a lot of your utility, a lot of smokes. Yeah, the lack of trees as well, not going to help you. And even if you have a tree, it's pretty useless to have a tree in place. Oh, that angle! Holy mackerel, that's impressive.
That it is, and Mangoes, they're not going to be stopping. They're looking to put up a performance worthy of being a rival to 55, who are right now definitely the reigning champions, but not only taking the previous leader, I would say, that being Mira, but now also stacking with those 3 players, which is the largest count of players that a team certainly has in this situation, and also having a lot of kills under their belt.
Zone, last 7 seconds. If this goes north, 55 are happy, but this looks to go central. Oh, nobody's good. Everyone's having to rotate into the open field that this is. The track road that it is on that south side will help. There's a little compound next to 31 as well, so 31, if they wanted to, could bunny hop over, but realistically, we're just going to start seeing more kills, and this top 5 will quickly drop down to a top 3.
Oh, look at Full Rush. They're really panicking. It seems like they're very disturbed, caught off guard, and right now on the outside, very close to Mangoes as well. They're about to be in close confrontation. Not only have they tried taking their shots towards the side of 55, but 31 to the right, they are completely surrounded. Now, either they can bunker up and wait for the storm to come right around behind them, or they can try catching a couple of players off guard.
The Algerian team just on that northeastern side is going to be a big fatal point as we get a quick reminder of 55 Esports' annihilation that came forward. There was hope, there was a prey from Kazun, but it just could not overthrow us. Finally, we're seeing the push that comes through, down to that final 4, as FTM down to 1 with a critical moment, but I told you, one nade can make the difference. It lands, and Camp will get 1. Can he find the second? No, it's not going to land in the correct way, but it's still just on the outside. Has to play his life as the counter nade starts pushing through. The steal won't happen. Full Rush taking both of them.
Oh, it's not looking good for Rush. You've exchanged that greed to try and get 31 for those extra 2 kills. For 55 getting a move onto you. Now needing to push back, get yourself that revive. And then the meanwhile, look at 55. They're taking it a long range. While other teams are battling in between each other, 55 are just sitting back, relaxing, enjoying a hot cup of coffee. And right now, the final 3 all have 3 players between the 3. A lot of 3s.
This is such a horrible zone to play off. I told you, it's a matter of having smokes. You're going to be having to use all your utility. We're seeing Daddy 3K with absolutely nothing of utility to play against. He's only got his vehicle to stay alive, but 33, because they have the hill, because they have that height, they're able to start the onslaught that it is coming forward. And the Mango, nothing left to cover, nothing left to keep them alive, and even with the zone, it doesn't matter. 55 feeling so comfortable here.
The last attempt to take him out is if FTM and Full Rush go together hand in hand to take them out. But look at the kills. They've hit double digits. 10 kills for the side of 55, and they're just not going to stop. That's the 12 for the count, and the final one for Full Rush. Unless this is going to be a magical 1v3 situation, which I very heavily doubted due to the position given to the final one. Can't believe you can believe as much as you want, but these bullets are going to humble you down to the very core. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And that's going to be 55 Esports taking map number 1.
Brilliant start for 55 Esports. They took a little homage, or however you want to pronounce that crazy-ass word, essentially taking the medicine off Mira, said, you know what, let's apply it to someone else, let's make it happen, and in doing so, took that control. Brilliant control, having that upper side of the hill. They planned it right, knowing that even if things go wrong, they could use that height massively against their opponent, and yeah, come the end, as Obi-Wan Kenobi said, I have the high ground.
Oh, that's true. That was good. Yeah. I mean, in the end, though, I really had my hopes up for Mira. I'll be honest. I felt like Mira was going to be in the top 3 without a doubt. But 55, they wiped him clean. The cleanup crew, my God. And in the end, I mean, it was a good play. They played it safe. They waited back for every team to charge in between each other, and they simply played it off. But before we go to map number 2, I imagine players and us alike, everyone watching, wants a bit of a drink, maybe a bit of a breath. So we're going to have a small break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen and you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win. No fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see. Don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. When you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After map 1, it was a dominant performance from the 55 esports squad as they contain height control and demonstrated that height matters in all the ways. So if you are literally under 5 foot, well, you're considered short in their eyes. But we've still got Puffo Bob next to me, and that was definitely an interesting battle to kick things off.
It was, you know. We thought some other teams were going to be a bit more of a dangerous aspect. Even from your side, some earlier teams to get taken out. Mira as well. Personally, I've seen them perform in the past quite well. But 55, this is the first time I feel like I'm watching them have such a great rise. And well, I mean, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Let's take a look at what their kills and placements got them racked up on.
Yeah, of course, 55 going at the top with 10 placement points and 13 kills, but more critically, you notice how the next position is Full Rush, not overly far behind, joint with Team Mira. Mira able to get 11 eliminations and 1 placement point. We said about this earlier, going out early, but having a strong number of kills could basically do the whole amount of work. And then dropping down, we have the Eagles, Mangoes, 31, Ference, Dilula, WA ready, Idiox going out quite early but able to get a couple of kills, puts them in 10th. High Sense, AMW, the Hot 90s, 1453, Mestro, and then Dragon Kiss, who went out just before the placement points, weren't able to get themselves limbs, leaves themselves dead last. So, big upsets there.
Absolutely. And while we did see Orango once, we're going to be seeing it yet again. So these teams, you know, they've gotten a bit of a better feel of it. They got that experience, the warm-up they needed in map number 1. And in map number 2, everyone's going to be, I imagine, playing a bit more ratty. We also saw a lot of players just nicely laying down, waiting out the outskirts, waiting for the right moment to strike. And, well, at certain times it worked out, while the resulted in them getting teamed on later on, as, of course, in PUBG fashion you do.
Yeah, but we also have to factor in with this first Erangel, we had a very dramatically east circle, which definitely created some upsets, some different plays that come through. So whether we will get the same sort of upset where we get the what comes from the west this time, or we end up, the questions are still up for play, which if we get any military, it will definitely be interesting.
It was going to be new. I hope that teams did realize that no one really went for that area at the very beginning, which is only a question if more are going to be trying to pile up on it at the same time. And of course, at the meanwhile, that's going to be creating more early on gunfights that we didn't see in the previous map. It took up a couple of minutes, like 10 or so minutes for teams to actually get rid of. And then, like you mentioned it's in the final zones after the third one where things really start to kick off.
Yeah, this is where we really started to see the upsets come through. Third, maybe the fourth zone was where the upsets came through as everyone was rotating more deeply to the central. They realized that the positions of the edge of the zone had no cover at all, and that causes problems. And especially when we pushed further on, we started to see the players unfold, and then the zonage decided, you know what, we don't want any cover at all, which, you know, Erangel is very commonly known to have those fights end on phase 7, mainly phase 6 and 7. And phase 8 and 9 are the rarities where we're ending up into cities, but it's such a flat land. But we're going to see that flat land continue with Randon when we get to that. But then when we get to Teos, that's when we get a bit more hills. That's when we start to see those kind of covers start coming into play. We'll start to see those phase 8, 9s. Myanmar, again, phase 9s are so common with Myanmar. It becomes practically normal.
Absolutely. And well, I think I'm starting to hear the cargo plane. I feel like we're having some players ready to drop on by, and well, that's going to be Erangel for the second. Erangel, it's a map where it's a lot of cover, it's a mix, there's a lot of open ground. It really has everything you want it to have. It just depends on how well you position yourself in that moment in the Gurunvan situation. You can either find yourself in front of or behind one single obstacle like the last player in the previous map did, or you can get the perfect position, get yourself on roofs, fantastic cover from all sorts of sides. That's going to depend on the moment, and well, once we get to it, the drop is completely different this time around. A lot of teams dropping as well, top right. They're going to be supporting me.
They're going to be going to your drop spot, of course. But
Yay.
of course, yay, we get some familiar. But we're going to, of course, see a load of people drop at school, drop at Boatyard, Pachinki, definitely some common hot drop areas. Trying to see, a few teams will try and go south, and maybe a couple will want to go to the ferry ports or Promisco. That's also another area. You could see maybe one or two go to that military island, play the risk onto that very south side. But just going off the theme and the way I've seen things go, 9 out of 10, this zone will be more, a much more nicer and play central, maybe with a river in the middle.
Just maybe. AMW here, gonna have a first early look at them. Now, like earlier, imagine since 55 Esports had such a fantastic performance, once teams do actually find out about their position, it could be putting a bit of a target on their back for others to try and take them out so they don't get too large of a lead going into map number 2 like they did in the prior. We're going to have to let time tell, as currently everyone's just nicely and calmly preparing to see where they can find themselves in.
Yeah, AMW got themselves 1 point in this entire series so far. The one kill that is keeping them off the bottom, so they're looking to switch things up. Of course, being match 2, it is, you know, we start to see teams do a bit better. They've learned, they understand the scenario and the environment they're playing in, so they can prepare in better ways. They can plan to counter accordingly. So that is critical, but more critically, again, where is this zone landing? Because I believe this is a very eastern position that AWM have put themselves in. They're halfway away from zone, so I feel we have gone west this time.
Just a bit. We'll have to see. Still trying to keep our eyes on to Affen here. The Eucalyptus, or Eucalypto, earlier did have a bit of a bad fate on the battlefield. I can remember he was also a victim of a drive-by, if I do remember so correctly. A second one, not the first one, that brought down 2 players. And the zone here seems to be a lot more centered and a lot more focused, pivoting towards those major points of area.
You still got this 50-50 that comes in through the water. That river is going to create a little bit of chaos. So we see this team in red, SAG, AMW, to go and possibly take up this northern position. We're going to see a lot of players try and play by this coast. Meanwhile, the rest that are on the southern part of the island, they're going to take this risk. They're going to try and centralize themselves, but 9 times out of 10, they know that just from this positioning and the percentage chance, it's probably going to go south. However, the Albanian squad above the Eagles, they're looking at this northern point. They're going to try and get to this road just on this southern part of the northern riverbank. And they want to capitalize on that position, because if there has to be any crosses, if this zone does go north, they could take advantage. They can really start to pressure and chokehold anybody that comes through.
A bit of a crash here. Seems like Hisense is having difficulties with driving around, but seems like they found their stoppage now. Like you mentioned, a lot of teams Yes.
I feel like that's like my driving on PUBG. It's absolutely terrible. And
Okay,
shocking.
okay. Thank God you didn't say in real life. I was a bit. Saying in PUBG really did make it a bit better.
I bend my car 5 times in a ditch. You know what? There's probably drivers out there who do drive the same way people do in PUBG.
Yeah, probably. Just like this. I mean, Inksec comes in, a bit of bumper cars in between each other just to put in some extra effort. But this is Team Mira. Earlier thought to be a very good and very threatening team. Now being in a very early, probably the first actual team fight we get to see. And 3 of them have already faced difficulties. That's a lot to lose here for Team Mira. Maestro's also having a bit of a bout with dragons in the meanwhile. And Nextway here with a very good beginning.
This is a huge start. Of course, Mira and Ineox know each other well. They scrim against each other so often, again, in those North American and South American servers that they play in. And I tell you what, they're coming out guns blazing. And when they see each other, it's that look of, hey, we know your strategy. We know how to do this. And in doing so, Mira, this time, taken out early. Ineox staying for the later game.
Oh, the high ground from 1453 is definitely remarkable. They've taken it as fast as they could. They're looking for opportunities. They have the gun to fit, so some could say. But what I do wonder is once the zone is going to be forcing them off of it, how comfortable and how quick will they be able to move away?
Well, if we cast our minds back to 2018, it was the final map of the grand finals of the final day of the PUBG Global Summit in London. Many teams had to fight on this mountain. Many teams did have to play off it, and 9 times out of 10, the best strategy to get up here is to play it silent, is to run your way across. And the same way of getting down, slowly run your way down, because there's a lot of crevices, there's a lot of ridges that you could hide inside. So realistically, this Turkish squad are happy. They're going to be happy with this position and say thank you. We've got the height here, and we can play off it better than you can.
Reaping off of their own benefits. They got up here first, and, well, first one to come around, that's the one to be served. 1453 again, taking it along. They have the scopes as well to back it up, of course. You probably wouldn't be coming up here with a shotgun or an SMG of the sorts to try and take long-range battles. You'd be looking pretty dumb if you did, but nope, they don't show to be so. And right now, they're just going to be sitting comfortably on the mountainside.
You'd be surprised about number of lower level teams such as this event. Of course, as a reminder for everybody here, this is a community based event, so we're looking at roughly tier 2 and below level teams. You'd be surprised the number of people who would probably bring a shotgun or a Panzer up to the top of that mountain and go for it.
What do you do when you reach the top? You just think to yourself, huh, I got a Panzerfaust and a shotgun, what now?
Just wait for a car to come by, and you just fire away, bombs away. Or, oh no, even better, mortar. Bring a mortar on top of there. You screwed everyone else up there.
Clearly the best idea when going on to the mountain. Bring a mortar.
You need one of those tactical kits and just stuff the mortar in there. Or, no, you could carry a mortar on your backpack, but you would lose so much utility.
Yes,
so
yes.
you won't see any of these crazy strategies that we're suggesting. But the thing about this lower level teams is going off meta sometimes is the way to really get some upsets. And again, when I was doing some work with some of the pros, we had a few tier 4 teams in the same lobby for their scrims, and they were one team. I'm trying to remember the name of the team, but they came up, and I think we counted 15 Panzerfausts that were used by them alone in the entire 6 maps that we saw.
That is dedication.
They did take out a tier 1 team. And talking about taking it out, Mangoes. That's a free kill indeed.
That it is. just dropping one. They tried to drive quickly, and that's where they ended up going a bit too fast for themselves. Mango's there with the opening kill. Not a single player to be lost. Not a lot of players were lost in the beginning, and not just yet, but as phase 1 is slowly closing down here, I mean, a lot of people are starting to set into these comfortable zones to just nicely wait for others to arrive.
This is also another thing as well. Look at you have to remember about the water and the river that was there. We're seeing Mangoes play that bridge camp. They're playing themselves in a position where you're not allowing anybody to go and push through. And the Phoenix took the most damage. They definitely took the biggest hit. And now they're clown carning. They're in a clown car. What? Oh, my brain. I've been subjected to too much professional work that this hurts my brain.
It's too high leveled for us too clearly.
Oh, that zone even kills us more. Still a 50-50 in play, but I said how that would go south. I will take that all back. No, PUBG wanting to keep everybody on edge, keep everybody nearby the beautiful river, which, thank you, observers. Look how beautiful that is. Just keeping everybody on edge, and in doing so, we saw Mangoes have this advantage on that upper side of the river.
I mean, my goodness, it would have been interesting to see. I feel like the fight is going to be a lot more prolonged this time around, especially when we get around to it. But I do believe that we have another code ready for you guys, if I am correct. I think we do. Hopefully we do.
We do.
Because
we do.
We do.
We do. And
we do.
It's blue. It's blue. It's called Zone Control, of course. Remember, go inside of the giveaway. Remember, 2,000 in-game currency. Get yourself in there. Go and log in. Do what you need to. Find the code. Put in Zone Control. Boom. Another 50 to get there.
Yeah. Like you said it. Zone Control. How do you spell it out? ZONECONTROL. Put it in. The giveaway link. All in chat. You can get it for yourself. Swoop away a possible prize, and of course, there's no minus in it. It's free. You just need to participate. Stick around for the stream for more possible codes, and of course, be fast on your feet.
Talking about being fast, we're seeing those rotations coming along, and talking of rotations, 31 pushing up to Ineox's compound, and well, someone poked the Hornet's nest, and the bullets start flying, and 31 goes, okay. Okay, we are not going to fight this. You take.
Let's see it. What do you want here? It's like making a bit of a surround town. When it comes to being extremely close to yet another confrontation. Now, earlier, they went into quite a brutal team fight between many. It didn't end up working for them the best, and also trying to multitask, leaving Jesus to take the wheel, and you yourself scoping out of the gun and trying to have a bit of a shootout.
You don't know how often that happens. You just free will, goes to the whip, and just go, there's something out there, let's go for it. But nonetheless, 31 Gaming, they found themselves a cute little compound and able to anchor themselves in. Meanwhile, A&W, again, playing on that northern side, so did 55 Esports, which is, as we remind you, 55 Esports, they are leading. They got that first chicken dinner with 12 kills, but this time round, a lot quieter. But they're up against, as I mentioned, AMW, who was sitting 13th, only 1 kill to their name.
Not the best. 55 shots being taken at you. Sam here trying to evade them as much as possible. You really want to keep all 4 players alive. We saw how well that ended up working when it came down to the final moments of the first map. Now, looking to repeat the same with less kills currently, but saving themselves for the final few zones.
Yeah, the 55 are realizing that if they get a bit more central, they can take advantage as the zone moves in, and 55 rotated perfectly. They're going to have to makeshift their anchor point because there is not a lot of buildings anymore. I'm counting here 1, 2, edge of 3, possibly 4 buildings that they could play off. So this is going to be natural hill play we're seeing.
Absolutely. 55 sitting back. Again, everyone just gaining the positions they currently want to hold for a bit. Then at some point going to have to move. But as it currently stands, nicely sitting back. We're waiting for everything to strike. Comparing the player count to what we saw earlier in the first 15 minutes is definitely a bit higher. 15 teams still, which means in the following 5 minutes, I'd consider there's going to be some bloodshed.
But try in the next minute. A lot of teams are going to have to rotate from the southern bank to the northern bank because on phase 4, zone will move away from water. It will try and make sure everything is inland. So everybody south, they're screwed. And this is why we are seeing a few players like Andy right here, just sitting and waiting, but that is not a drop you want to see as AMW is starting to light things up in the sky, peppered with bullets.
Oh, riddling them down with every single piece of lead. There's another one. Hot 90 is getting just driven over. Chewy poorly gonna be taking a personal view with that wheel as another one simulate not being able to last much longer. Selfish is the one to take him out, finalize the job. As in the meanwhile, Affin here, still healthy, trying to take some shots at Rush themselves, but not being able to connect them.
Yeah, but you have to remember, Full Rush just literally full rushed in with their emergency drops. So they have now got to quickly prep themselves, get themselves into a position where they can fight back this AMW squad. And I tell you what, they're not afraid, AMW, to go for a couple of fights. But AMW, they're being peppered by the mangoes as well in the distance, which is not going to help this situation because now AMW pushes forward and creates the third party.
There it is. They've caught the attention of the one they've been constantly shooting, while in the meanwhile 31 will be eliminated thanks to We Are Ready. Now they finally are. AMW do get a kill off one of their own, but now they're being persuaded by the side of Full Rush. It's an exchange 1-for-1, but there's still 3 players ready to back up. All the angles certainly are not the most ideal. You try to make most of what you can. Right now, Afton, there's 1 player already down. 3 more still remain to be victims of 55.
It could be a danger, but Full Rush is really making sure that they push back, claim that full control, and brilliant work because we thought that AMW had that position locked. We thought that everything was all good, and just to make matters worse, Full Rush, that push has helped them entirely as they have full control of that plane crash area, and I don't even know the RNG that Full Rush has on their side right now.
Here comes AMW trying to save and really resurrect whatever they have remaining, going for a bit of revives on the way. Right now, Full Rush, they're not going to be backing off so easily, although can't believe it's going to be dropped yet again. That's Brado on the job. All of a sudden, a couple of nades, utility being used to make the most of it. Now, as of current, there's damage that's been dealt, but 55 are going to be delivering the most of it as they get themselves a fantastic elimination onto 1453, but that nade finishing, can't believe, and this is an all-out war.
It is an all-out war, and Full Rush know they have to get rid of AMW now just for their security at this point. They've lost Can't Believe, but they also know they have taken away one of the AMW members. So it's a 3v3 fight in their knowledge, but the question is where? Because slowly we're also seeing more teams creep around this area. I'm counting. That is, I think, We Are Ready on the outside. I'm seeing a yellow squad also starting to push in. It looks to be I think it's the Eagles starting to push in. Everybody is caving in, and AMW are being pinched all the way through.
They started this fight, but they sure as hell will not be the ones to finish it, although they're still giving it their best attempt. We do have one of the downs from Bradle. There's a finish shot to one of the players from Dragons, as 55 are also looking to finish what they started themselves, but We Are Ready coming out. That's one finish. A Full Rush joining in just to make sure it's going to be that much more pressure onto the wound. And there's 2 players, 3 for Full Rush, all still trying to survive since they're caught in the crossfire too, but the Hot 90s eliminated thanks to Balkan Eagles.
Yeah, another team going to the south side of Full Rush. It looks to be Delulu wanting to get involved as well. And Dave starts to capitalize on the 3 kills that could come through. AMW's not done with 2 kills as it's down to Hula to stay alive. Able to knock 2. Can't get the flushes as War is just sitting on the edge. But can this flush come through? Come on, buddy. You know you can get those 3 kills. He puts himself out in the open, and now Hula has to play patient, has to play it right. Meanwhile, We already eliminated. Hula's done it, bringing 4 kills to their squad. Now we have the Dragons starting to push up as well.
Oh, certainly not the best. Full rush, one of your players down here. Zetch and Jobs gonna need to be the only ones to stand against him. They get one from Delulu, and the extra to be low, and that's a double down. Looking for extra trouble. The final player of them trying to make sure that it isn't all for nada, but I don't think that's going to be as possible. Trying to finish the job, that's going to be one. A second one to be attempted, but you need to check your right as he's starting to close in to try and save his teammates or maybe save his team from being fully eradicated.
Delulu running away. He's booking it, not getting involved, but you still sit here. You have to be questioned as Dragon Kiss has been eliminated by Mestro, so that wasn't Dragon Kiss next to them. I believe, is that the Pharynx? I'm not sure. Who is it? Yeah, it is the Pharynxes who have pushed in. And they're looking for any scraps, any opportunity to sneak away some kills. But it's happened once. Holu has been able to fend off an entire squad alone. But can he do it once again? That's the dream.
Well, let's talk reality here. Maestros have been having a bit of a bout themselves between themselves and Mangoes, who have been putting in the work to try and down them. A lot of red to be displayed on screen. More damage between the few, but Maestro's eliminated. Full the Mangoes. Get rid of them once and for all. That's 5 kills. Great points, but 2 players to remain. I don't know how good is this going to be in the long run.
It's not going to help indeed, and you're going to have to carry your body. Yeah, that zone, and especially a phase 5 zone, will quickly eliminate everybody. But as it starts to creep in, look, there is some hills. There is some hills these guys can play off, and Hula is still trying to stay alive. Mad credit to Hula. I genuinely do not know what to say, but that is a huge comeback from the squad.
Ooh. Finally, after such a prolonged battle, AW have taken it away. Falcons as well taking a heavy blow to their player lineup. 55 with 6 kills already, and they haven't lost an arm. They haven't lost a leg. What have they lost? Absolutely nothing. They've been winning this entire time, and they're looking to continue doing so. While Full Rush shooting Dr. Lu, that's one for them, and meanwhile, another contestant as Balkan keep on catching strays and now eliminated as the number 6 spot team.
There's a bit of non-stop of action as this zone is just forcing players into each other. The Phoenixes are now going to have to face the force of Full Rush, who has been the survival kings of this situation, pressed by 4-5 different teams. And now they're going for yet another fight as that nade doesn't land where it needs to. But it's definitely doing damage as they are keeping the Pharynxes inside the zone.
Oh, that's a shot from Smiley that was not expected. Jobs gonna need to apply to some, because currently you're down on the ground, bleeding out. Soka taking a bit of damage from behind the tree line. Cinnamon does finally put an end to him, but you still need to get your teammate up. And 2 are starting to approach you as we have gotten a killing spree.
Yeah, Iniox are going with the Fist of Fury. I said how them and Mirror train with each other often. Same with 31. They play within the similar servers, so no surprise. Iniox is going for blood. There are 11 kills, and the aggression is fruitful as they have a full squad. 55 have a full squad, but Full Rush, all this hard work could be taken away. All that fighting could be for nothing unless Iniox over-aggressors.
I mean, look at this. 4 players, 55. 4 players, Iniox. And this is where they're going to start looking to have more blood be spilled as Full Rush. That's 1 damage, 1 extra player to be taken off board. And each time that Iniox are getting greedy like this, that's where 55E have found themselves to thrive most.
Talking of 55E, look how spread out they are. They've got map control galore. They're making sure that there is no room for any of these teams to come through, as Andrew says thank you very much. Oh, Zek, who actually got those kills to actually pop off. Headshot comes in. Andrew drops to the floor. Down to Selfish to keep the team alive. As full rush down to 1. And it's also down to Idiox with 1 player physically standing. What can happen here? As this is just handed yet 55 Esports another easy victory situation.
Oh, look at Psychog. He's right next to them. He takes the shots and Idiox eliminated. 4 against 1. It's a repeat of the previous map, and Delulu here is the final one to stand. The second he shoots his shot, they're all going to start crunching in on him, trying to take him out as fastly as they can, and I imagine the velocity just keeps on picking up for 55 Esports. As right now, while everyone was so distracted at taking out each other, 55 simply waited back and just struck when it was the weakest point for Idiox, taking out that 4-man factor, that fear that was needed, and finishing the job. We get it yet again. 55 Esports, fantastic kills. Idiox might have been the MVP, but they were not able to grab that #1 spot.
No, unfortunate indeed. They went for the aggressive fight against a strong team. They could have played patient, played on that hill, and made sure they had better map control. But I tell you what, why not go for it? You've got 13 kills, plus an additional 7, I believe, as well. So it gives you 20 points going into this, which, if we're not factoring in anything from 55, they're going to go to 22. They would be 1 point behind 55 Esports. But Full Rush and 55 got huge kills to their name, high placement points. That should shake it up. But let's take it to a very short break while we do all that calculations. We're going to be going back not to Erangel. We are changing it up, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going to Rondo. Stay tuned.
Still, it's time to stand up, time to take the red pill, to make this our world, gonna die on this hill, be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, pursue everything you're facing, keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing, get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams, they just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the shit take control of your team, and if you're alone then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill, to make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill, to make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. Gonna die on this hill. Be ready You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace, this is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace, this is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace, this is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace, this is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace, this is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting.
After a back-to-back victory for 55 Esports, we're going to be switching it up a bit and now going from Erangel all the way over to Rondo. And it's still going to be me, PlausibleBob. It's still going to be Hyper. And Hyper, how are we doing?
After those two games, we're seeing a dominant trend between the teams that have been more present amongst professional scrimmings against the teams that are the unknowns that are coming forward. And the subtle divide is huge, but critically, some big names getting knocked out early on, like Team Mirror, is very upsetting for a lot of the players.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the placements. This was post-match 2, meaning while 55 Esports in match number 1 managed to rack up 23 points, in the second one, they came in quite close with a similar dominant performance at around 20, being on 10 kills and 10 points for the first one, while we do see a very close performance 2 being mirrored by Inexke.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to hugely make a difference when we get to the full table, and that is going to be where everything gets moved around. Of course, that massive 18-point jump for Iniox will be huge. We're going to see 55 Esports jump up to 43 points, a major step up, and massively taking the lead ahead, as only Full Rush will be looking at a 23 points ahead. This second place is all close, but all it takes is one round of 55 Esports not to score, and this gap can close.
It definitely starts closing at some point, but 55, they've been playing it safe, they've been playing it well, and they've been playing it smart. So, again, teams, I imagine, they're going to be looking to aim 55 out of the competition, especially with how well they've been doing in the final zone. The real end of it all, the end game, they get not only a bunch of kills, take out the remaining teams, but again, that first place has really been serving them well with those 20 extra points. Now, I mean, Full Rush is right behind them by about 20 points less, which is definitely putting up quite a distance between, but in the end, I mean, we're going to be switching maps. Teams have learned which are the stronger and which are the weaker, so they're definitely going to be taking into account, so maybe 55 Esports just don't get away with it this time around.
Absolutely, you can't allow them to take this lead, get away, but it comes down to the fact of the amount of time that 55 have been scrimming, the way that they've been playing. It has been above and beyond, so it might not be as easy to take this team out. Maybe a team, one of the lower teams like Dragon Kiss, go for a kamikaze method and try and take them out in that sense. But nonetheless, we do change up the map. We are to be moved to Rondo, one of the largest maps on PUBG. Personally, not favorite.
Oh, why Rondo?
It is too flat for a map. I much prefer the hills of Myanmar. I much prefer the ability to be able to hide, because I am a terrible shot. I only have, like, what, in this season, 7 chicken dinners? Which honestly is still quite impressive for a casual player, but even so, they have not been on Rando. They've been on Erangel, Myanmar, and that's it. Like, the two of the goated maps. That's the only good maps there are in this game.
All right, we're gonna have to see how maybe like Rondo from a bit more of a spectator's view. Possibly not, but I mean, these teams are sure as hell gonna be enjoying their time. Maybe they're gonna be looking to get out with some cheeky kills. It also allows a lot of people to not give such easy access to the playstyle that 55 were currently displaying. Again, hide, play tactically, don't give a lot of opportunities for them to be taken out, and then in the very end, you know, just take it all out. The aggression, the utility, all base stack, just in one final push. That's not going to be as easy here on Rondo, which gives opportunities for new underdogs and other teams to show their effort.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely can open things up a bit more as this plane path. We're not having the split plane coming through this time. We are going to be going everybody all aboard the same plane. Looking close to Stadium. Now, I enjoy a good drop at Stadium. That personally, for me, is a good hotspot. But everybody loves Test Track and Neox Factory. A big area to land. So that is going to be some key areas. Yunling got another strong point. Dancheng, again, another drop, and Tulung down onto that central areas. But you do have these very extreme positions you can play off. Bamboo, we saw a lot of players, you know, once they've looted up, going into that position to try and trying to take advantage of that. So that is something that they could do.
Absolutely. Iniox here, drop it down. Let's see where they're going to be heading. They were definitely quite a contesting. Okay, just for context, we are going to be remaking the lobby right now. There are some issues in the background, so we'll have to give us a couple of moments here to resolve everything going on in the back. But in the meanwhile, I guess we can talk about Plausible Gaming, the fantastic community-based organization that's allowing all of this to happen. The reason you're seeing all these teams go at each other, there's a prize pool, there's a giveaway as well, which you shouldn't forget about, and of course there's casters, there's our beautiful faces that you get to see. It's all thanks to Plausible Gaming, oh god, what a good pose. The, of course, non-toxic community that you should join if you want to maybe get some buds and enter some of these competitions yourself.
Talking of competitions, as we've been reminding you throughout this game, inside of chat, just simply ask and the link shall appear. We have a competition for 2,000 PUBG points, coins, whatever you want to call them, the gold ones, not the brown ones, for those who do know what I'm referring to. It will grant you some great opportunities to buy some lovely skins, get some of the K-pop idols that are in the game. I don't know who half those K-pop idols are, but they are still amazing to grab hold of. But, of course, enter. Make sure that you go in, you retweet the tweet, you go and join the Discord. But critically, we've already given away 2 of our secret codes. We have 4 more to go. And I ain't telling you the next one until later on. But until then, let's hop onto a very short break while we fix the back end. And make sure you enter that giveaway.
Time to take the red pill to make this our world. Gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill to make this our world. Gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You just gotta wanna keep chasing, pursue everything you're facing, keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing, get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams, they just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. Is the key to make the most of this life. Believe. No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill to make this our world. Gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill to make this our world. Gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything?
Thank you kindly for being so patient and waiting out the break alongside us, as we're going to be returning to the action shortly. But it's still the same, nothing has changed, we haven't left you, and well, we're about to be heading underway to some Rondo action in just any moment. But Hyperactive, you said you don't like Rondo, but I think we can both agree that it's going to be quite a fun match. At least that.
Yeah, I can agree it's going to be fun. We don't have as much 50-50 problems. We're going to have more slower gameplay that starts to come through. Snipers will thrive the similar way Myanmar loves its snipers, but for me, it's going to be a lack of cover. You have to be very creative on where you position yourself, how you get to these positions, and particularly the rotations that these teams are coming through. So that for me is what's going to make or break a rando game. I said I just don't like it because I don't like playing it, and that's usually how I judge a map. Is if I'm good at the map, I like it.
Okay, that sounds fair enough. Sounds fair enough. Well, on Rondo here, people are also going to love to use some vehicles to cover. Anything that's going to be on its way will also be covered. Again, Rondo is extremely open. People are going to be taking away their way with snipers. And in the end, if you can find cover, you're going to use anything to your advantage. Or maybe even you're going to be in the position of a sniper. It just depends on how these teams will take it. And of course, like we talked about it earlier, it's going to be all thanks to Plausible Gaming. So, join. That's it. I'm just going to say that. There's no debate between you and I. Just join. That's it. And of course, we did see Erangel 2 times before. For anyone that hasn't been here up until that time, it was the winner E55 or 55 Esports who ended up taking both of them with a decent amount of kills.
Yeah, both times over the double-digit mark, one with 13, one with 11, and that just adds up those point lines, and having an early start where you can create that buffer is huge. They're sitting at a 20-point advantage, which theoretically, if we just do very, very basic maths, they could get knocked out on these 2 maps, Tiago and Rando. They could not score anything, and they still would be comfortable. A matter of fact, I remember somebody saying to me, if you average 40 points, you should, in a natural game of PUBG, finish around like the 10th mark and above. So in a way, 55 Esports have solidified 10th and above, running off that rule of thumb.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great start for them. I'm just hoping to see that Rondo maybe is going to be a bit of a difference maker. Maybe 55 Esports get themselves in another comfortable spot. But they've been relying on coverage quite a lot of times here, to be quite frank. And this time, Rondo won't be offering the same type of cover. So we're going to have to see if it complements them, if it ruins the playstyle. We're going to have to see. And of course, in the end, who truly will be the winner when it comes down to the 3rd map, Rondo.
Yeah, so the first time when we loaded into this lobby, it went through the Rinjun, then it went just between Jotin and the stadium. This time, we're going a very northern line, so we are going to be crossing through stadiums. A few teams will hot drop down there. Test track at the Neox factory, again, another hot drop. So we actually are going to unlock Jadena City. We're going to unlock Meiran, and then a very, very little one at Lohul Zing. That little mark as the plane's wing is about to cross it is another good spot for a few teams. Yes, you've got this water in between, but it's not that hard to rotate around. So there is some great spots you can drop. It's so easy to loot here, and you usually could do it without somebody pressing up your rear end and telling you to move on.
Isons going in. nicely driving on the road, crashing into the bamboo fence, and now looking to reload. Not a single piece of utility on the player, just looking to grasp the bare minimum for a decent gunfight. Although armoring up, we do have a lot of magazines, but no guns to be currently lying on the ground, at least none that would be as comfortable that you would want them to. Still players dropping in the meanwhile, and these are going to be two, especially we are already looking to confront each other.
There, the Phoenix and the We Are Ready squad is going to literally go to war as they quickly drop in locally. So how quickly are we going to get the first blood to get onto our feed? It looks like a very wasted zone as well. Oh, that is horrible as we still keep an eye on our second screen of the first gunfights that could come through. But that zone is going to cause a truckload of rotations, and the winner of this fight will have free pathway as well to quickly jump inside a zone as well.
Ooh, we're cutting it quite close here, and Phoenix, they're steps away from We Are Ready. Like we said, these two dropping together, it was a plan. They're looking to see who's better between the two. Although the first down we get to mention is going to be Dragons falling to the hands of Maestro's Cortera. Although, this is a battle we really want to look upon because, again, it's going to be the first one, the major one of teams, especially when it comes down to such as the Phoenix, and of course, We Are Ready.
Phoenix have the higher ground. They've got the height to play with. Meanwhile, it looks like that War is just below them. So they know the presence of the players are there. They're going to stalemate. They're going to slowly try and push into little corners, try and get some extra loot coming in as we drop into Hot 90 immediately. Holy Mal. This is one way to enter a fight, straight into two teams getting a trade coming onto each other. This is also just outside a zone, up by the river as well as EGMO. Oh, hit a couple of good shots as he gets a little bit of the Delulu squad down low.
Oh, Delulu, one for the down. Hot 90, still looking hot and ready to have you be steady. In the meanwhile, having them retreat a bit. The Hard Phoenix, we switch back to them as they're still having a bit of a fight against We Are Ready, and it seems like the ground position has changed. Earlier we saw the majority of Hard Phoenix taking it high. Now they're going to be on the low end, although one of these players specifically still upholding it, Hisoka at the very top. But we can take a look at the kill feed as Dragons and Maestros are going eye for eye constantly, each player of the team falling one to another. These might be two teams almost eradicating each other.
I love the double stack that Phoenix are going for. They're making sure they've got players so they can get the trade easily. However, one good nade could be all that it takes, and as much as an SMG is a powerful weapon to go and play with, it doesn't have the same amount of range as demonstrated by Chewy from the Hot 90. He's able to get a drop on to Delulu. These two hot drops are going to be powerful. The shotgun is going to land 2 shots and is going to get the drop to come through.
Get those bullets back in, Chewy. You're going to be closely confronted. Hot 90s, they're feeling the pressure, but they're not going to be breaking under it as he comes out with another. And We Are Ready has eliminated the Phoenix, while also Hot 90s have found themselves the Lulu. That's 2 teams within the first 5 minutes, and this shotgun being a real damage dealer.
Team 6th position, Delulu, out. The Phoenix in 8th, out. That is a major upset to kick things off. This mid-battle is still got a lot of anchors, a lot of changes that could come through. So this is huge to get it, but also you have to realize that Dragon Kiss and Maestros have been fighting as well, hence why Dragon Kiss are down 2 players right now. And this is a disastrous start for these 3 teams.
That it is. Jiri, he's trying to seek windows, find any opportunity, an open door, maybe a bit of an easy shot. Where does it lie? But 2 players from Maestros, 2 from Dragons, we can really see that they've been keeping it on equal standards constantly. And also taking a look at 1453, who have also been under fire for quite a while now. A lot of damage brought upon them. A bit of a revive needed for Fairlit. As in the meanwhile, Mira seems to be the main perpetrator of this absolute demolition. And also another one joining will be Eniox as a down comes out long range with a shotty, which has been really persistent throughout these teams. 1453, Mira and Enox having all about between each other.
Yeah, Mirror getting a huge molly putting in, and we can see that the 1-4-5-3s drop to the floor. Not much you can do when you're standing in flames, but Maestro's 2v2 fight against the Dragons still persists through. And who would have thought all this action happening under phase 1? 3 hot drops as the 1-4-5-3s will get eliminated. Mirror picking up 4 kills to kick things off. But this is the next action, Dragon Kiss versus Maestros. It's just short. It's just short at the moment.
Some damage. Minor. Nothing major just yet. Karabos can nicely back off into a corner, get his HP back up. Cortera that are challenging Jamu here, and it doesn't seem to be a worthy challenge for Dragons, as both of these teams, or rather duos in this case, are looking to take out at least one so the other two can push up in an advantage.
31, you could just see on the map, 31 making their way to Youngu. And they too can hear all this gunfights. They're not going to push in, they're not going to do anything. They've got a good height position so they can third party off this. A lot of both of these teams are playing within cover, but at this point in time, they don't know that there is the risk of that 31 gaming rotation that could create an upset.
Ooh, Balcony Eagles taking some, and we can see that there's a lot of teams colliding between each other, but it's some survivors that are resting in peace. Balcony Eagles taking on 31, which aren't going to be having themselves such a restless approach towards Youngu, but a bit of an outside battle. Jamu's still holding this extremely patiently.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen as much patience from anybody from Jamu. This is amazing. I don't have this patience. I can't hold this angle for way too long because I'm worried I'm going to get shot in the rear. But the patience persists. We've also seen 31 rotate away. They got attacked, I believe. It was ready. I'm not 100%. Don't quote me on that. But nonetheless, the shot started to go in. But Jamu, no helmet left. Definitely no helmet left. Now a headshot could be enough to get him down, as that's the shot he wanted. Now the Dragons want to flush out the last remaining player. The damage is going to come in. That nade is going to land short. But Jiri pushes in, goes aggressive, knows he's going to get the right shots as he gets it down, and finally the stalemate is over.
There it was. The scale that was needed. The second one player gets down, it would have completely turned the tides on one of these two duos. And that's why the patience was there from Dragon's Kiss. It worked out for them. They got the double kill. They claimed control over Youngu's side. And in the meanwhile, they also got themselves a bit of an area to now contest as teams such as Balkan Eagles seem to be approaching their position.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting when the Eagles have heard those gunshots. Of course, they're going for that hill, which has that beautiful oversight. Look, you could just see them in the distance with our markers. They're going to overlook it all. Dragon's going to take advantage of the rest of the looting here, see what they can pick up, but they're going to be walking into a gunfire of Eagles, prepped, ready, and probably sighting these guys.
Oh, 90 have found themselves outside of the zone, which definitely isn't going to be the best, but I don't think anyone's currently holding them outside of it themselves. They can just nicely get in safe and sound. Although Balkan Eagles, there's going to be some teams going off, and 31 eliminated, but what I believe to be 55 esports who are back in their game in prime time, as we can take a look at how Balkan Eagles here are completely holding down the remaining Dragons on the very edge.
They're also getting rid of all rotation. They want to make sure that the Dragons have to use all of their health, all of their, basically pinch them inside this building and inside the compound so they can get these easy 2 kills. And I don't think they realize it is just 2 kills that they are looking to claim. But critically as well, I said earlier how this is a very flat map. We're going to the one part of the map that is not flat.
All right. And you know what time of the show it is? We can't keep them hidden forever. Anyone that's currently watching, if you want to have a secret code to enter in for the giveaway, right now you can go in the link that's displayed in the Twitch chat. Vault for Victory. That will be VAULTFORVICTORY. Vault for Victory. Claim it in, get yourself points, and a better chance of winning the giveaway.
Remember, $2,000. Not bucks, 2,000 of PUBG coins is gonna massively help, but oh shots! Oh shots! I'm sorry, but you saw the player drop down. That was a snipe spin to next week as Hypens is just dropping in onto the points of the AMW squad. If there's a replay and we have that angle, I would love to see the snipe out of midair.
That was... oh, unfortunate. No replays for it, but it was... it was... we were there to witness it. We were there to witness it.
It was in the feed. Hisense stuck inside this building. They also have a team down south as well. I believe the Blues is the... not sure which blue that is, and I can't work out which team it is, but nonetheless, AMW also being pinched from north as Mira is slowly making their way to this compound. We're going to see a lot of teams try and take advantage of this safe space, the buildings. But in doing so, when everyone crowds to the same area, you don't have a lot of rotation chances. And when the zone finally comes in and overtakes that compound, it is near impossible to break out.
Near impossible. You said it. It's going to be a difficult one, but let's see what we're going to have AMV pull off. Earlier, they were constantly just the ones catching strays. Throughout the entirety of today, AMW have been just numbers on the kill feed for others. I think they're looking to have some numbers be delivered on their own side. Although 2 players to be gone, 1 kill for themselves. Let's change things around. Currently playing it safe, but look at by the amount of teams they are surrounded.
Yeah, there is everybody wanting this compound. It is the biggest one in this zone. So again, as no surprise, you want to position yourself where you have 1, additional loot, 2, it is a power position. You've got cover, you've got small angles that you can play off better than somebody on the outside. As the next zone pops, this compound will remain in place, which means we are probably going a little bit south than we have from last time.
Right. Hafen mit Waffen holding down the hillside. One of the players from Hot 90s being caught upon it, but I don't think is going to be able to execute on it, mostly because of the trees blocking that line of sight. Take a look at the zone. A lot of teams have made instant headway for it, mostly because they do want to get these power positions, and again, these long angles they can work off in the very end stage, while others look to not engage and stick outside.
So War, Ineox, and 90 will roll up to be able to overlook Heme Town. The thing is, Heme Town is still in zone, a lot of it, so a lot of teams will still also want to take control of the town, make sure that they can get a solidified position, because if this zone does go north, hey, you now have still great cover and you can bunker down for a little bit longer again.
Hot 90s going in it. Hot and wheels, that's what they need. They have a need for speed, and while they have racked up 4 kills, I'm only concerned how they're going to be able to keep themselves alive in the current contest. Taking shots at 55 is a bit of a death sentence, if I do call it so myself, but they're looking to risk it all just to take out the major team leader.
You know what? Get 1 kill onto them, I would be happy. That's what I would say. I've seen similar stories. Affinity was a very low level tier 4 squad, took out, I think it was one of the members of Furia, and they BM'd him badly. But it's the pride. If you take out the leaders or anybody near the top, you 100% have to, and that is not a bad care package. The 8x not being picked up, I am surprised.
Especially for this map. Out of all maps, I feel like the 8x would come in really handy for this one specifically. And I imagine a similar scope was used here as Full Rush, the final player, trying to carry on the burden of all of his teammates taken out. That's another one for the dust being bitten. 34 still alive, averaging about 3.4 players per team.
In terms of positioning, I'm loving Hot 90's position here. They have that rock. We've just seen a few players playing over it. They've got, as I said, sightline galore. They can play distance. It's hard for an opponent to climb up that hill. They now have to go down south to Mulate and have to fight him. Chewy also has a sightline down south as well. So there is angles galore that Hot 90s can defend. And so hence they're in a great position. But I don't think they're going to keep it, no. Not for long, and it looks like also the compound not in play.
Such a shame. Such a great angle here, but it gets put to shame here. Hot 90 is going to need to move. I mean, we can see the midpoint. We can see a lot of teams here trying to regather, but it seems like the town up there, Heme Town, is going to be a huge area of absolute battle.
It's going to be an area of battle, but I feel it's going to be a lot of blue zone fighting because you got AWM holding the edge. You've just seen as well, I believe, I'm not sure which team that is, but it's B and Lee and his squad are able to occupy the east side of the southern part of the town. So that as well will create that blockade. Meanwhile, Mulate rotated quite nicely. He is very, very close to a very hot-headed and hot team of the Iniox squad. And that's something he will have to be mindful of, but slowly and carefully, Mira just giving away the location. Oh, and Mortis as well.
Ooh. 90s, they found a player at 55. AMW are going to be finally taking it upon themselves to try and deliver some finishing blows, but a coup de grace won't be given, as right now, while the one down, it seems to have ticked off and angered Mira as they throw some nades, hot potatoes, blow right into the hands of AMW and eliminated. Now Mira actually putting up the performance expected of them since the very beginning.
Mira just nailed that perfectly. Just a little bit of body giveaway, and that just gave him a free advantage. ASM dropped down, taken away, and now they are out again. But we said compound fighting is not over. It's far from over because Full of the Mangoes have to push into high sense. They have to push into their building, but they know Mira has occupation of the other. Why not go to a weaker team? Is that nade's not going to land where he wanted it? And they're gonna have to push. You have to push in now. You made so much commitment. You made so much noise. Sam gets the knock. Knocks out the way of the nade. Is able to get the second, but will get traded out very quickly. Bake able to get the last, and that's a wipe. High set's taken away.
Holy, this has been spelling bad news for a lot of teams. And for the Mangoes, barely getting out alive. 2 players on the down really relied on Bakerino and Daddy. And well, he surely is so. Because right now he's been carrying, he's been playing with children. 55 Esports though, still not giving up. Hot 90s took down one of their players and they're fighting an all-out war. We talk about war, they seem to be losing. We are ready, not anymore. Balkan Eagles taking in a very good run in this map and they have already gotten themselves 7 kills, looking to make it 8.
The Eagles hunting it down, able to pop the tire. Get it done, only down to a slither of health for War to stay alive, and Annihilation will go onto their side. This is horrible. This is horrible for War. They had map control, they had map position, but then the Eagles just came from the rear, forcing them out in the open as Spooks gets a little spooked by the shots fired at him.
Idiox going for the tail. 55 Esports not liking how they played in the final zone earlier, and now looking for a bit of vengeance as Mira are also racking up not only 8 kills for them, but in the meanwhile 4 players to be alive, which is absolutely ridiculous with how aggressive they've been playing. Hot 90s joining in for the side of Idiox to maybe double down on the current team leaders and the scoreboard top players, as right now 55 Esports are going to have to settle down on how well they want to challenge some of these teams. A lot of downs, maybe a bit of finish, taking some shots back. Hot 90s are going to have a bit of delivery, free packaging, and the like with it. A second to follow. Mira in the meanwhile going for Mangoes. But Team Mira, look at them. They're on this roof, really knowing what to expect from Mangoes.
Yeah, they've got a little wrapped around position. They're trying to play up with Mangoes. So when Mangoes push, they push. And that kind of back and forth mindset. But right now, Mango's still hiding inside of that compound. It's a slow moving blue zone, so no stress from both sides. But I feel Mira's got this power position over Mangoes. They definitely can capitalize on their rotation. The question is, when do you push if you're Mango? Because up north, you've got the Eagles, and you've got a one remaining member of War.
Falcon with one. We are ready out from the zone unexpected. But there's an exchange, and out of nowhere, Mangoes will be wiping them clean. Maybe saving Balkan for another one of their players seem to have been quite pinched, but Team Mira now even giving them an extra bit of pressure to apply with, although a lot of players are going to be right now forcefully in this open field, having to just go about it and taking any opportunity to find yourself with kills, although that exposes your position and allows others to take care of you in the midst of it. As Mira, that's another one for Hot 90s. Balkan's onto Mira. See how it exchanges. It's a third-party haven.
It is a third-party haven. Nobody's able to put it in, but the crucial point is there's no flushes just yet. We're finally seeing Kea getting flushed from Fakens, and that's the first of many. There's a lot of players who are down on the floor needing to be revs, so that could be huge, as we can see in full. Mangoes taken away as the Eagles come in and swoop below. It's a 10-kill game for the Eagles.
Whoa, Mira and Eagles, these are the two teams you want to look out for when it comes to map number 3 here. And look at them go! More than 10 kills, they're already at 11. Looking to replicate fantastic performances, and Mira are not stopping either. 55 going to be last down to their final few players. And Spooks here with 5 of their own. Top 4, here we come. And it's all going to be down to Ineox, Balkan, 55, and Mira.
55 down to 1 left. They're our current leader, but we said they could have a poor game and still be all right. But Mira's getting up and close, and oh, bad, trying to dip, dive, get anything he can around that boulder, but he still knows there's a couple more players onto the other side. He doesn't want to drop yet. He has found himself in such a great position, an opportunity that could benefit him to the max, but it's about when do you push? You know there's a player on the other side that's being rezzed. And once he's up, the push could come in. The push as the flying nades will start to go up. The flash will stun. Spooks, do you go around? Do you go through? He decides to go around.
Oh!
Times it right, and the Eagles are out. Mira's out, my apologies.
Oh, Spooks! That flick is unholy, sinful, some may say. And we need a moment of silence for the Spooks glazing, as he himself has accumulated 9 kills. Looking to carry this team on his own. He has been a team wiper, the true destroyer. But before creation comes destruction, that's where Balkan Eagles are stepping in. Although they've been a bit rusty, especially when it comes down to even as if they have gotten 15, 16 kills for themselves. Idiots have been waiting. They've been patient like 55 before, learning from their mistakes. And now they have 4 players against Balkans 2.
Still not done. Ineox will end this game with 10 placement points if they win, plus 6 kills. So 18, up for grabs. But the peppering will start to come from the side as slowly but surely Ineox start to press up. Just a little bit of smokes here and there to keep themselves safe, but the first shot is going to land.
What?
Second shot's going to land from Spooks. And this is far from over. Make it 17 kills for the Eagles. They could look to take an 18-kill game. But it's against 2. Spooks will have to heal. They have to reset. And now Ineox know this is a team not to be reckoned with.
Smokes down. Taking cover, they need a bit of a reset, get themselves back in the headspace, as now they're facing a possible victory. Falcons, this could be their way to that booked second spot possible. 17 kills to be 19 in the best case scenario. With a winner chicken dinner, they've racked themselves up almost a 30 points in just one map. That is ridiculous.
It could be huge, but I love what the Eagles are doing. They're not separating themselves. They're keeping themselves together because if there is a trade, they know they can win that fight. What they don't know here is that the Idiok squad have separated themselves so much. They'll give away their location by driving, but they're looking for the compound. They're looking to take control, play with a safety net, and now that Vinny's given away his location, this is going to massively help the Eagles.
Not like this. They've given it away, but currently, Idiots are starting to close in. Look at how spread they're playing. If they allow these 2v1 positions, Balkan Eagles might be having themselves a lot easier of a time. That's what we said even earlier between, I believe it was Dragons and just another team that constantly had these 2v2s, and Patience ended up overcoming Confidence. This is the exact position we have now, and it's going to be down to how well you can spot yourself out, especially when it comes down to location-wise.
Yeah, you also have to note as well, utility for both squads will be favorable and good. I think Ineox might be a little lower after them having a small, well, moving away from the compound, but that's going to be a great start. Lawrence able to get the first, and now if you are going to be the Eagles, you start pushing up. You start with the confidence. You know you can win this. You've been winning every single fight, and Ineox split strategy has not helped them. They're going to keep the last one player of the Ineox squad down. Play it as a safety net. Now Spooks know where Reneza is located, and slowly the Eagles can crush.
Oh my god, how did this happen, Idiox? You had a 4-player lead, but you spread so much that you stretched Balkans, completely ripped you apart. One player after another, they could not prevail, and now Balkan are going to be threading the needle. They know about the last one. Look at the grade, they're just simply peeking, checking, trying to confirm it for themselves, but they're not trying to push into it. They know the lead they have, they know the position they're given, and they're not going to be putting it to risk, although that name was a small one, and that back shot out from Rinzer will be taken down. Lawrence and now delivering it to a 1v1 with heavy damage, bringing him down to around 50. And Eox still have the opportunity, and I don't hear the fat lady singing just yet.
No, definitely not down to that 1v1. Again, both sides don't want to be taking away those free kills. Now they do. Ineox taking away the last of the Eagles squad. But with one player up, it does massively help them. They can feed some information. I'm surprised Spooks hasn't done the full flush. The reason is, that player's on the other side, not wanting to take that risk. So who's going to get that first sight line? And it looks to be Spooks got the information first. Or Reneza just not able to get the peak just yet, but they're slowly encroaching onto each other. This could be a matter of the right place, right time, the right peak as they're going up to the rock. Oh my god, Bob. This is going to be a battle of peaking.
Oh no, swing or be swung. Who knows the rule better? Right now, it's timing and timing alone. A bit of a distraction to utility for the final efforts. And this is no complimentary kill. It's the one to decide who truly ends up being the winner. Coming right around it, they're confronted. That's going to be cover. A lot of damage onto Spooks. He takes it heavily, but needing a bit of a back off. Rinzera still trying to chase him down. This is like a Scooby-Doo episode. They just don't know where to go. They're still sticking on the 180 aspect of each of the rock. They're on the opposite ends, and they know about it. But the HP won't be recovered so easily. A single bullet here for Rizera as he's looking to chase up on it, but he's given his sweet, precious time. And right above you, he doesn't realize it. Not missing those shots, no! Oh, Idiox could have had it there. Just not connecting is the greatest aspect of them all. Trying to climb still up, but I think it's spotted out by Spooks here, who's simply covering it on Bay.
Spooks is doing everything he can. Every flash that's gone out, he's quickly rotated around. So that will be the reason he's able to do it. But slowly, Spooks is going to have to re-push these lines. Zone is favoring them both as we head into Phase 9. We're into overtime. Those emergency covers also helping. You have another area that you can push around, but Idiot is going to go from the top. It's going to be from above! It's done and dusted!
Oh!
Idiox takes it back from a 4v2. They slowly able to take the win, but it shouldn't have got to a 1v1.
It shouldn't have. It should not have. A 4v2 brought down to a 1v1 really shows how terrifying the Balkan Eagles were. And I mean, I think they reached the better spot in that position due to the amount of kills that Spooks had. Are you kidding me? Oh, that was really close. But in the end, That's one winner. I mean, Idiox do bring themselves a bit higher with those 10 points. And before we go to map number 4, we're going to take a quick break. I mean, I'm sweating. This has got me exhausted.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, gotta quit. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything.
we needed a break for sure after the battle intensified from a, well, I'd say a relatively 6 to breaking the scale beyond anything of existence. Jesus Christ, it was a battle on Rondo, but we still have Puffo Bob in this call, and I tell you what, we were saying behind the scenes, Idiox should have not brought this down to a 1v1 when they had a 4-2 advantage.
Yeah, no, they definitely shouldn't. They managed to win it out, but, I mean, taking a look at the post-match 3 count, Balkan Eagles have now gotten the largest point count we have yet to see. The only one right behind them being the 23 points we saw from 55 Esports in the first match. But map number 3, Balkan Eagles sweepingly taken. 18 eliminations is crazy. And if they got themselves first spot, it would have been 28 points, by the way.
That would have been huge. There was a part of me, it would have been 29 actually, because they would have had the extra
because
kill.
of the kill.
But yeah, so there was a part of me that was wanting the Eagles to go through, take that kill. As much as I have so much respect for Idiox, I think the storyline would have been 10 times over. But big upsets, we saw Full Rush go out so early. And then also 55 Esports not performing the way they should do. But looking over to our generalized leaderboard, it shakes things up just a little bit, as 55 Esports are still leading pretty comfortably, but a tied second place against our number 1s and number 2s from last match. Idiox and Eagles both sitting with 38. Team Mirror with consistency with 29.
Yeah, Team Mirror has been quite consistent. They've been all around it. They haven't been able to get into those top fights, really contesting the winner chicken dinner. But in the end, Idiox right there, they lost it. Their second spot would have been gone. That was their ended up saving grace. Currently, although Balkan Eagles, their performance was outstanding and it racked them up right over to that third spot, while 55 Esports, they were good enough just to keep it and bring it to that 50-point mark, which is impressive on its own. And again, the next 2 maps, if 55 still have themselves a decent run, I imagine they're going to be able to keep such a spot.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to... with 55 are sitting comfortably, so they have 2 rounds that they can throw. Very much could see them do better this map, and then increase that lead. But again, they have a buffer to play with, and that's the most important section here. But we're going to Tiago. Now, Tiago, very hilly, full of trees everywhere. You've got, again, a different platter of weapons that are on the floor. But also with Tiago, we do start to see that, you know, when we did have red zones, but also if you get explosions, Tiago's floors can now create craters. So I want to know if we're going to see any of these teams start picking up the pickaxe, start creating their own little boulders, especially as these hills, there are some decent cover, but I wouldn't say it's the best of covers.
It's workable. It's workable, but it's not the perfect position you can always gather with other maps. Although Tiago, you know, again, I feel like it's going to be reminiscing upon the range. We haven't seen it since Rondo was the previous one, but this is going to be the only 2 maps that aren't repeating. So we had Arangel, Rondo, now it's Tiago, and then we have 2 repetitions or just 1 pair of Miramar to say so. And, you know, I'm interested to see how Tiago is going to go. Again, teams won't have a second shot at it, and whoever's going to be good at cover, which I imagine we've seen some teams in the past do so, is going to be, you know, also having themselves quite a nice roundabout. Now, just the one thing before we go into the match, for anyone that hasn't joined, that's joining only now and hasn't been there previously, all of this that you're seeing, of course, is possible thanks to PlausibleGaming, the non-toxic, fantastic, community-built organization that allows you to join the Discord, get yourself some buds, meet new people, go into competitions such like this, and of course, get chances for prizes. I don't see that as a loss to me, so make sure to get in on it yourself.
Yeah, definitely want to be having some free prizes, which talks about our giveaway that we're having right now. All of it's in the chat. And if you have only just joined, think, oh, free giveaway and I can run away. Guys, 50 free entries for the secret code word. And if you've been here since the first map, You've already got 3 of them. You've already got 150 additional entries. There's still another 3 to go. So keep listening and keep an ear out as this plane drop, I'd say a little bit to the west, very central, opens up a lot of areas. Of course, Terminal. Oh, Terminal is 100% going to be hit. So yeah, should be an interesting drop indeed.
Absolutely. It's always interesting to see. And, well, the previous winners in the Ox, let's see what their first moves are going to be. Of course, like always, it's PUBG tradition. Get yourself a bit of a move on with the vehicle. Get yourself easy and fast rotations. And in the meanwhile, also prepare for the late game as much as you can, right? Of course, that's going to be coming along the way once you kill enemies, loot more places and areas, and of course, the dead corpses of your fallen victims. But in the Ox right now, everyone's taking it slow. I'm imagining that this is going to be a bit more also of a slow-paced map compared to how Rondo quickly kicked us off within the first 5 minutes.
It shouldn't have been that fast for Rondo. It
No,
shouldn't
it
have. It should have been
but
a
it
lot
was.
slower.
It was.
But Tiego, again, can be one of those slower maps as well, similar size to Myanmar and Arangel. That's definitely going to change things up for sure. But the big question is this zone. Where are we looking? Where are we positioned? Because if I know my maps well, which is a bit about hit and miss, looking east, possibly.
Just possibly. A bit of a chance. Right now. I have to see. I mean, we've been on in the Ox for quite a while. It seems like the team is taking a lot of this east side. And currently, I'm just wondering, when are they going to regather? What's going to be their first directive? Are they going to look to take out a team as early? Or will they be playing to a similar narrative of going a bit more slow and careful?
Well, for those who don't play a lot of PUBG or play competitively, having your what I'd like to call the lurker, the guy who likes to go around and essentially solo the situation, they are entrusted to do this. They know that they can stand up, win those 1v1 fights if they come across it. But 9 times out of 10, they're also not going to over-aggress. They're not going to take too much of a risk if there is any danger. But I am right in this being east. It is all south. We're not playing any 50-50 games. I would say it's a pretty normal zone. For once. For once.
According, at least, switching it up from the previous times we've had it. And also, everything's going to be a bit more ground focused. You know, we've seen some zones focus around rivers. We've seen them be all sorts. But now, it's back to how it should be. Ground alone, coverage, and of course, as much of it as it is open.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of emergency pickups are going to be going through as well. The rotation starts to flow through with 1:30 left. Hospital, it reminds me actually, one of my previous casters was begging for a hospital zone. I'm telling you now, Bob, if we get a hospital zone, I am going to take a selfie with this and send it to him just to annoy him. But to be honest, he is right. We have not had that many hospital zones.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it would be interesting to see. Let's bring in some nuance. Who doesn't like nuance? Having the same old is always boring, so we can hopefully see it be a bit different this time around. But currently, I'm taking a look at Full Rush here, who are definitely just cowering around, like I said, taking the long trip about it and maybe trying to find a good position to rest at for a while.
Could be. I've already poked him. If you know Barton, for those for the North American side, then they all know that he has talked about this time and time again. But back to the game itself. Full Rush. They got rushed out of this last game, the last map, very, very quickly, and it definitely was not a map they want to remember. It wasn't like they were doing anything wrong. They were just caught at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah. Absolutely. We are ready. Right on the very edge of the zone. Having a very nice look around. Popping sodas. Just having a complete, listen, like a Fast and Furious. They're just on a road trip.
It usually is. The rotation side of things, it is very, very, very slow. But from your, I asked this question from the first map. I'm gonna ask the question from this map. What's your hot drop here?
I did say I don't really like getting to shootouts, so I'll go top left, probably Wolsong. I most of the time just go to the corners of the map. I'm absolutely terrified of going gunfights. I like looting up, being comfortable, and then maybe trying to go for long range. But up close, you do not catch me alive.
Definitely don't catch anybody alive. And then talking of not being alive at all is possibly the damage that is coming through as we start to see a few players get to drop down as one of the members of Full Rush as well. Getting flushed out. This is not what you want to see off the start of this map.
Nope, absolutely not. Hisense have seemed to spot out one of the teams here, and it's going to be We Are Ready, but it's such a distance that they'd rather not take their chances. Possibly a waste of bullets here, although we do have a couple of minutes here already passing us by. All teams are, like we said, getting settled in and ready for anyone to try and approach. But, like we said, it's going to take some time here for action to actually kick off.
Yeah, it's going to take some time indeed, but phase is about to come to an end. Not really much happening, and few players dropped down. Oh, Stay actually disconnected. He did not get killed.
Ooh.
That's not good. That's not good at all, and that's just going to hurt them a little bit more, knowing that that extra player that could have helped you no longer exists.
Gone. Eradicated. It's unfortunate, but what can you do about it? Hopefully they're going to be able to just maybe find that to be a boost of confidence, that they try to find this three-man victory, which is very unlikely. But again, chances aren't zero. That's what matters most here for it. Now, in the meanwhile, Dragon Kiss, also a team that has been showing a lot of patience. I feel like these players really know when to sit down, wait for the enemies, and strike at the right moments. Just been quite unlucky with who they've been coming across.
Yeah, I'm talking about being lucky. Eagles have Laurent getting a good plethora of information onto our current leaders. It's 55 esports inside that compound, but of course, right now, the Eagles do not know who it is until that first drop, until they want someone gets knocked between them. At that point, will they know who they are? But nonetheless, they wait patiently, and I do love that Lawrence isn't aggressing too far. He's just trying to get that a plethora of information without over-aggressing.
Falcon, earlier, almost dropped one of the most shell-shocking performances, and even one of the greatest potential comebacks, which sadly didn't come to fruition, although was just about as close to give them more than enough credit for it. Now looking to catch up to the #1 spot. They boosted themselves all the way to this top, and we take a look at the crates, and people really aren't liking the 8 times.
Huh? What is it with the 8 time? I'm the type of guy who snatches up an 8 time instantaneously. But then again, I never hit my shots, so I think that speaks volume about the character that I am. Maybe, but anyways, ANW close by to the 1453s. As we can see, Miskin slowly creeping up, just trying to see what information we get. Centralized zone, I'm not miffed by that. A few teams will be miffed, but a lot of the teams were centralized anyway.
Oh yeah, I mean, we don't see the center of the circle contested much. Now, while teams such as mine goes, and others are shooting at each other, can we shout out to our observer? Yeah, I was going to say, shout out to the observer.
Yeah. What are we naming the crow? We can't not see the crow and not give it a name. Russell, done.
Russell, that's a
Crowe.
good one.
Russell Crowe, Scarecrow. Yep, you're welcome. I'm here all day for the very terrible jokes. That is. That is
unbelievable. Who invited this guy?
I guess Plausible technically invited me. I don't know if that was their best decision, but anyways. Not a lot happening right now. A lot of teams just trying to square up, understand their rotation. They've got a lot of time to play with, and especially the ones like AMW who are situated on the edge of this zone. They're just making sure no one's going to flank them from the rear. But how about Iniox? Getting a little bullet heavy, as that's going to be a great way to kick this off.
Ooh, already hot and handy. There we go, Iniox. Starting to play a bit more to how we would expect him. Another one peeking, and there will be not a second victory. The ammo capacity slowly running out, and all of a sudden there's going to be some bloodshed on the kill field. 1453, early a victim, now victimizing, and all of a sudden we've lost about 9 players around it just in an instant.
Yeah, Phoenix is not going to do very, very well. Gets annihilated by Iniox, and in doing so, Iniox getting a 4-kill advantage, closing the door. Excuse me, closing the door to the 55 esports squad. However, we've got another stalemate here. Maestros, and I believe that is the Dragons as well down south. Oh no, it's full rush.
Oh. Mira here is definitely going to be one of those interesting contenders, as well as 1453. So is mine, so it is. It's going to be Mira one to claim it. A second down, beautiful shot. Didn't even imagine they were able to spot him. And 1453 Esport has been eliminated. Mira with a great one. Just like that. I mean, they're already looking golden.
Well, while we have a little bit of chill and peace time, we're going to be giving away yet another code to drop for those listeners, as Maestro will be able to get a beautiful Car 98 snipe going in. We're going to hold fire on that code, see that flush come through as the aggression starts to push in. As Maestro just on the outside, as very quickly full rush will get annihilated. But back to that code. Bob, what's the code?
What is the code? It is Loot Drop Loyalist. That will be spelled out LOOTDROP-LOYLAALIST. I'm bad with spelling. That's why I never entered the spelling bee. You know, I'd get instantly kicked out. But in the end, it's Loot Drop Loyalist. It's also going to be in chat, so make sure to claim it, because right now, again, it's that secret code for your big bucks, PUBG bucks.
Oh, Yang, not going to be in contention of a zone. Book Sansa. I'm probably butchering every name that this place is, and please do not at me because I'm dyslexic. It's all not going to be in play. These big compounds are not going to be in play. We're going to have a lot of field activity like before, so be like those good old scouts, all right? And remember the scouts code.
Yeah. Exactly.
Do you remember the scouts code?
Absolutely not.
On my honor, promise to do my best, to do my duty to God and the Queen, to help other people, to keep the scout law. That was the British one, but of course, Queen's gone. Replace it for King, or if you're not religious, don't put the God. There
we go. Okay, now we have that out of the way. And while there's some chaos on desk, there's more chaos to talk about here in PUBG for the Mangoes, or for the Mangoes. I always imagined it was going to be for the Mangoes, but I guess it's for the Mangoes right now, sticking together. They seem like brothers in arms, just trying to play it really close and tight, although that always ends up going astray once grenades become a usage.
Yeah, a good landed grenade might help them indeed, but an emergency drop, and you could see that Daddy did spot and see it, and no, not in that weird way. Daddy, it is this guy right here. They have ideas, they have knowledge that 31 is in that general vicinity. You just don't want to be the one to shoot your own weapon to give it away as well.
Let's see, Maestros. They've always been the perpetrator of these early fights. I feel like Maestros have been also constantly picking fights that they don't end up winning, especially in the earlier stages most. Now, while we've seen a lot of Maestros, it's very short bursts of vision because they always end up losing. Now, this time around, I'm imagining it's going to be a change, and there comes one shot. A couple looking to take out the glider. It seems to be on fire, but the player is still living.
Yeah, just blow it up. You don't want to be giving away too much information. And talking of information, why don't we take down one of the 55 esports Mirror? Sorry, 31 Gaming getting aggressive onto them. And critically, the other three start to push in. And I don't know if you want to poke that hornet's nest, because they come out full force, and 33 will want to punish after a shot's been put through.
Ooh. Here we go, 31G. Let's see what you've got under your sleeve. A bit of damage there, a single bullet. Definitely going to be alerting the guards. Well, 55, one is down, not looking the best, but in the meanwhile, trying to reset that HP and get yourself back on feet. I imagine that's going to be the first ticket you want to book, but currently, 31 are closing in by the minute.
Hot 90s found a random Iniox player just out in the open, but there's a lot of down players here, and the Hot 90s will be wanting to claim just a little bit of extra points here. They're down low in this game. Matter of fact, they're situated. I've lost them on the leaderboard. Where have they gone? They're down in 10th, so they need some good kills and some good placement points to bring them back in the game.
90s smoking it all the way through. There's an A to be chucked. 55 esports still fighting against Mangoes, but it's not going to be a one-sided battle. It's one for I, an eye for an eye, and currently one down for the other. Although Chuck and Nate, that's going to be huge. It doesn't find a kill, but maybe value on that damage. Spook's coming about for another set of vengeance as Tiny, they're completely locked in. He gets one. Does he go for the finish? No, rather the 8 kit. Hopefully he doesn't get closed in by then.
Yeah, Eagles just on the edge as well as they start to push into the point as more and more players, as Miro is also here as well. It's a cluster of players. The Eagles are going to find as players of Miro, take them out, but 55 just on the edge. Might have to capitalize a little bit more as Frank will find another. Starts to play around the outside. Eagles looking very low as they're starting to lose players. Fake still alive, but just inside the other side of the corner will be the Eagles as Mirror is eliminated. 55 still in that vicinity, can play off it. Tyne 7 left alive. Originally was part of Typhoon. I remember this player because he can dip and dive and keep the team alive. But he has to take a break. The calm that comes through after the wild firefight. And Tyne might need to be changing his underwear from brown back to white.
I'm starting to get that impression for myself too, as that might have been one of the largest team fights we have yet to experience today. There were major names, and it's gonna keep on going. It was a bit of a break, a stalemate for a moment, but now we're back in action as Delulu are looking for blood and let it be known that these nades are not to be missed. The final 2 falling victim to explosions, shrapnel alike, and that's another team for elimination. Only 11 to remain, 26 for the players, and all of a sudden 55 esports only with Tiny to remain.
High sense, they got one player just looking onto the edge of this, but more critically is going to be the zone movement. Eagles, one's just getting that information, playing for any scrap, one playing for that central zone. This split, especially this late in the game, I feel could be detrimental. I don't feel it's going to be favorable for this Eagles squad, but at this point in time, you have to play a few risks to see if it plays off.
Ooh, there's some bullets. Well, the Mangoes get a double down. Flames gets burned to a crisp. Maglow's still waiting for his destiny to arrive. And Bakerino being that real writer of the story as Delulu are bringing on more and more. They have had enough up until this point and want to be the leading name as now they have taken out 2 of the leading players from Eniox. And looking to probably even further up on the aggression as a single spray takes out 55 Esports. The final player, Tiny. And in the meanwhile, 3 from Iniox. And the last one as well. The entire team has been wiped. And that's 2 in a matter of seconds.
That's huge. We got rid of the second place team. Those mortars aren't going to help as well, as you can start to see the struggle as all that firefight from 31 Gaming, from the Eagles, from the Mangoes. They're low on utility, they're low on health, they're low on bullets, they're low on everything. So now they're having to scrap for bodies, scrap for resources. But when they push out, more critically, they're out in the open. And this is where the Eagles have played themselves right. They haven't been in any firefights. They can pick up the scraps here. They can pick up 3 kills, because I don't think Equi will spot that Eagles player who's slowly pushing up, who's slowly going to get that information and say thank you very much.
What? 2 teams again? Just out of nowhere. Storm is going to be claiming more. And Maestros, who have been struggling to get up to that top spot, now with 4 kills and looking to be really promising. All 4 players alive as well. Balkan are still upkeeping the possession with some of their own and taking out the regression onto Maestros, who are now falling victim with their first down of the game, I believe.
Maestro has been the strongest squad for this game. They've been able to keep their full squad, not over-aggress, not play anything too silly. And in doing so, that's why they have a full team. Okay, Hazard is down at the moment, but it won't be too long as they are able to get the res to come through. They are the team with the most amount of players, and this will help them come the Final Four if they get to the Final Four.
Oh, let's see it. MW is going to be finding Jambo. Unfortunate turn of events for Delulu, who have been such on a high streak when it comes down to kills alike. But currently, going to have to leave him for the dead. Just to save your own skin and potentially bring it back. But Ager is sticking around his comrade, not letting him go down so easily. But he's about to bleed out, and that will be the first to fall for Delulu.
Yeah, Delulu won't be too disappointed losing 1. They know they have an advantage here. They know there's hope they can play off. Maestro, though, full health, full team, but map position might... They've got that north side, they've got the start of the hill, so that's going to favor them. However, the Eagles have been constant and aggressive. I'm talking about aggression. How about AMW able to get that flush to come through, and as well to have a full squad? AMW, hit and miss, mid-tier team, keep getting some good kills, just struggle to make placements.
Okay, AMW. Although they're having gotten the most of kills, is that about to change any moment? Delulu fighting for their very lives, but the third party about to be immaculate. This is a 5-course meal as Delulu have been eliminated. And this is the streak that AMW have been waiting so gracefully upon. Coming in to snoop in a couple, 5 teams to remain, and the next one to be eliminated will be revealing the Final Four.
Absolutely. High sense, 1 player left, just trying to crawl their way through. And in doing so, all teams slowly push in. It looks to be this final zone is all on 1 hill, so position your cars well, have some good hard cover to help out. And if you're AMW, take advantage of this beautiful crate that is so perfectly put in front of them. That's a lot of loot and a lot of power weapons. The Lynx is in play. Remember, Lynx, 1 shot, 1 knock.
Fine, and there we go. Early shots. Already making them a bit more terrifying by the more we hear. And AMW here. Again, these are the teams that have been currently constantly underdogs. Just numbers for the upper leaders coming into the very top spots. One of Dragons will be downed. And in the meanwhile, AMW seem to be surrounded by the side of Balkan Eagles, who do still have 2 to put up off of an effort. For more shots as Dragons get eliminated. And these will be your top 4 contenders.
Eagles been playing it safe in the sense of they've made it a little bit of aggression, went for those scrap kills, able to stay with 2, but the real aggression defenders. That's pretty aggressive. Stay able to get the knock, and in doing so, taking one of the players out from further away. Can we find a second? No, we can't. This is a very high octane opportunity for Hisense to claim an additional point, but now Hisense has given their position away. It's going to be the last of them, last of Stay. Unless they back away. They're not pushing him. I'm surprised.
Huh. Interesting. Guess they don't want to get tangled up in some other team's business. Possibly.
They also know zone. Look at the zone as well.
Well, that's going to be rough. Oh, that's going to be bad for some teams. And we do have AMW, 4 players alive. They've been really religious with keeping every single one on track, hard beaten. Maestro's, maybe that one loss isn't too much, but it also counts down by 1 when it comes to Falcons. Speaking of that one, that's all that Hisense really have to offer. And speaking of the devil, Maestro's score boss puts an end to the side of Hisense.
Goodbye to Hisense, able to get 1 extra kill. Gonna massively help them as they are really low. They're down second to last. So placement points and also a kill to add on. They're gonna jump up this leaderboard very nicely. Meanwhile, AMW's member is going to find 1, able to bring a knockdown, and Maestro's reign is slowly coming to an end, and it all looks strong for AMW. But we can't roll out this Eagle squad. You know what they did last time to a 4-stack team.
Ooh. Spooks here. Absolute beast. Peeks out quickly, finds the damage, and the finish upon Contura. All of a sudden, Noble counts. They're looking to come out with another spot like they did earlier. From a 4v2, they found a 1v1, and they need to play against AMV, who definitely have been quite threatening this time around. The job is finished. The Maestros are still fighting back, laying on the ground. That's a finish by Spooks, who yet again is delivering fantastic kills. Already on that 4 kill, which is impressive on a single player. Earlier, even counting up those double digits almost. But now, AMW have to face a very terrifying duo.
AMW are going to take advantage of an aggressive squad. Spooks, what are you doing? Ooh. Okay, Spooks has got it back in. It's okay, it's okay. But Spooks, AMW have pushed up aggressively. They know they're trying to capitalize on a very weakened Eagle squad. And in doing so, their whole team is coming. They're not wasting time. And now all you can do if you're Spooks and your co of Rafa and the Eagles, you have to stay alive. You have to take them 1 by 1 and hope they push you 1 by 1. Which, to kick things off, not gonna happen. It's done and dusted. AWM, they take a win.
All right, that's a different outcome than expected. That's what we'd love to see from Tango. Like we were saying, these maps that aren't repetitive, we get to see these teams that really haven't shined bright now absolutely come out on top. And AMW, that was a fantastic performance till the very end. I mean, I cannot give it enough. They played it correctly, and how we should see more of these teams play. They were aggressive, but they were calculated by it. And you know what? Well-deserved victory to them.
You nailed it on the head. Aggressive, but calculated is the exact words I would use for them. And then as soon as they heard that final gunfight come through, you slowly press up, and eventually you take out the weakened of the last 2 players. But with that being said, the next 2 maps is down to the second map ever created on the PUBG game. We're heading to Myanmar after this break.
Ain't no chicken, I take days. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. No, I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor.
Two more maps remain before we conclude today's grand final, and while we've seen some fantastic performances, there's an answer to the question who will take it all. And well, Miramar will be in map number 5, currently ongoing, and in the 6th in the following, as it's still me, Papa Bob, and it's still Hyper on the mic. Hyper, what do we think about Miramar?
The beauty of Myanmar. The beauty of Myanmar. It is definitely going to be an absolute battle. A lot more snipers will come out to play. We'll see the use of DMRs being the upmost used item of them all. But we're going to see those crevices. We're going to see a lot of players using that to their advantage. And of course, always honor and remember the historic moments that have happened within Myanmar as well. The crazy mortar kills, the nade kills, the sneaking up behind a whole entire team and wiping them out with one nade kills, all of that comes with it. But most importantly, we have to honor what we've seen today as we get a quick reminder of what happened from the last game. Of course, a major upset as we finally took a new name to the top of the board. AMW going with 10 placement points for winning and 11 kills as well.
Oh, that is just incredible. 10 and 11, 21 is a great score here, and I imagine the overall leaderboard is showing great performances from them as well. Balkan Eagles earlier on the second place might have even climbed a bit higher with this one. 13 is definitely going to be looking good for their name. And I'm interested to see how 55 Esports have been affected by these little amounts of 3 points they've been able to gather, which, speaking of, I feel that as if it's time that we check out the full, and I mean the full, scoreboard from all these 4 matches altogether.
So just a little update, the scoreboard for the overall scoreboard will be a little bit more than what it should be. Balkan has 17 points instead of the 15. So there should be a little bit more there, which means we're adding 2, so it's 53, which means Balkan is tied with 55 Esports. So that mistake has cost them dear. And from the graves, Balkan are doing exactly what they needed to creep their way up. But do not rule out Iniox, because they too could take it here as well.
Absolutely. Now, another correction. Total points are fine. Balkan are 51 just on the previous one where it showed it was a bit different. But it doesn't matter. We're currently seeing the correct path. 55 still on the number 1 spot by 2 points. Balkan right behind them. And, well, Iniox on third. Although in the meanwhile, we did see a lot of different scores previously. But the winner not being able to come all the way to the top 3 position must be a bit down-bringing on the mental, although I doubt all hopes are shattered, as we still have 2 maps for all these teams to still prove themselves in.
Yeah, we still got 2 maps, both of them Myanmar, both of them are going to be the sniper heaven of this map with a lot of cover to play with. Myanmar is beautiful. We're going to see a load of drops onto Hassi. We're going to see a load of drops to Le Leonso as well. There is many great hot drop spots that you could go to, but the question is, where does this plane fly to? Well, how about a complete vertical plane pathway? The San Marino is also another great place we'll see a few teams land at.
Yeah, now the major city here are going to be Los Leones. But everyone's starting off very early on. A lot of these drops coming about. And we even see a really big Humvee taking one of the icons. Some of these icons seem to have taken a larger scale, which is quite comical. But right now, a lot of these teams have dropped the majority, to say the least. And I'm wondering how far out they're going to spread.
Yeah, with a map like this, you want to stay fairly central, so Le Cobra is not going to be touched. You might see 1 or 2 players go for water treatment because it is a great spot for loot. Truck stop, again, it could be another area, but you might as well go to El Azir first, try and loot from there, or take the pathway through truck stop to go and grab a vehicle. So there are many, many good positions, as we're going to see a mild hot drop come in. I don't think this will be a big battle, as 31 and 55 are going to get close to each other. It has been recognized. Yeah, 31's going for the car, which might lose a wheel. Oh, that's huge, as Sam, he doesn't have any more bullets, but that's a great way to kick it off.
55 here. I'm not too sure how you want to be taking these battles, where you found most of your success was trying to lurk around till the very end and only then find that smart way of calculated approach towards third partying. In the end, they do seem to try and take out 31 here as quickly as possible and get themselves up a bit higher on the leaderboard. Again, this is a lot down to the wire here for 55, as in the previous 2 maps they've been lacking and teams have started to catch up.
55 also doesn't have their 4th player.
Ooh,
they are playing with 3. So this is an upset indeed. This is not what they want to see. We don't know the reasons behind it, but we are on a strict schedule. So if there's been a case that they've missed or whatever, the admins here, they don't care. We get going once again. So having that man disadvantage, it makes things a little bit more difficult, but realistically, if you play quiet, you don't over-aggress, you hit every shot that you're supposed to, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them.
That it shouldn't. We've been taking a look at San Marino here with 55, constantly looting, checking out, and even engaging very early on against 31, which is unlikely of them. Maybe that's what's been happening in the past 2 maps, also being the reason they weren't able to fully persist till the very end stage, also being victims at certain points and moments, but taking a higher look at it, so many colors, and the zone also quite interesting on that bottom side.
So we're going into that 3 valley battle ring, which is down on that southwestern side. Essentially, the map the gameplay slightly covering part of the map, but there is 3 valleys with great hills that you can play off here. And we are actually getting a little bit of a 4th as well. That in itself is going to be kind of the idea and the angle that teams want to be on top. They want to be on top of these little mounds, or you hide. You hide in the valley and put up some good shields. There is a couple of great houses you can hide in, but overall, this should lead to some great fighting.
It definitely should. 1453, they constantly get themselves into heated battle. At times, they manage to prevail, but mostly, they've been having a tough time to stick till the very end game, and hopefully that's going to be changing this time around, as they do have potential. They just haven't been bringing it out fully, and now's the time to do so. Nicely sticking together yet again, looting up the entirety of Lost Side, and just looking to see what they're going to be advancing off of. But still, with that one player being gone, the only player gone from the side of 50, it's just unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it is so unfortunate, fortunate for them. But again, you have to forget everything that you've done before. Go back, try and re-go at it with a new angle, and that's all they can do. But at the moment, you know, this squad, the 1453 is the 1453, however you want to pronounce their name. This Turkish squad, we'll call it that. This Turkish squad landed quite into it. Well, a very hot and lootful place. You've got to capitalize. You've got to capitalize on the loot that you're going to get, and also how close that zone is. You can physically see the line of the edge of the zone.
Oh, Team Mira here have already found themselves a corpse for the claim. And AMW, the winners of the previous match, that's the target that I was talking about. You get that #1 spot, and the second people see you out, they're going to look to target you and see you as a threat and nothing else than it. And AMW definitely had a really good run earlier. Not the same could be said this time around.
No, definitely cannot for this time, but in doing so, they're going to have great positioning. They've got a rotation path on lock, so a lot of cars will start to come through in this area, and they can just start peppering them up, which is what I'm thinking they're going to do, is try and scale this cliff, essentially. They're going to either that, or actually, this is a pretty decent spot in itself, play inside. Nope, they're doing nothing, I'm saying. You know what? I'm just going to shut up and let them drive.
Oh, Mira, they're on the drive-by now. All 4 players, from what I can see and gather, just completely following this front player and going through the very, very deep end zone of the desert. Again, either looking for victims or a perfect spot, that's yet to be figured out.
Well, off they drive, and away they go. I'm more curious about what's happening elsewhere on the map, as well as Mira has had ups and downs. You know, 30 eliminations to their name. They are 29 eliminations to their name. They are joint 3rd highest in terms of eliminations in this series. Only 6 placement points though, and that's where they're lacking. They haven't been able to get to these high point position areas. They keep falling short, and talking of falling short, I think the Fenix are also going to be having a little bit of a gunfire. And speaking of Devils, Mira also wanting a little bit of a gunfire as well.
All right, we are ready. That's 1453. The Eagles on the icon, looking for freedom. While Mira taking engagement and haven't at least attempting to do so. They're just seeking out here and trying to spot out the enemies, really get a good understanding of their surrounding, and maybe work off of it best for the late game.
Well, right now, Mira's got the power position of them all. They've got height, they've got a road as well, not too far away, so they've got easy escape routes. But this patience, look at this. Could have taken the shot, but knows that even if he goes for it, it's not worth it. It's not worth risking giving away your position, especially when you're playing this split as well. It would be a 2v4, and then you have to wait for those rotations to come in. It's not worth fighting just yet.
Not just yet. Not just yet here at Mira. Let's see what you have to offer, because there's one thing that Plausible Gaming are offering to you, dear viewers, right now, handling it out. There is a bit of a giveaway ongoing, and while you can enter it with a secret code, just like previously, do let me know here, Hyperactive, what is the secret code?
Plausible Pan Club. All one word. PLAUSIBLEPANCLUB. I am not repeating it. Plausible Pan Club. Go type that into your entries. Remember, it gives you an additional 50 entries, which is a huge amount, and probability will go into your favor. And we will have one more opportunity somewhere within the next match.
Absolutely. That's going to be the 5th code, ladies and gentlemen. Only one more awaits. And anyone who's looking into not only enjoy some quality PUBG, and of course get along with the Plausible community. No, that's non-toxic, and of course you should come along with, in the end, it's all worth it. Stick around till the very end, because it's about to get exciting.
Little pop shots going on to the Ferrixes. Mira, they're just seeing what damage they can do. Their main objective here is see if they can pop the tire. They can do that on the car, or at least cause enough damage. It will upset the opposition. They'll have to start running across, which is not great for them. But while everything's quiet, look at this. Look at this. All the colors here, all the teams in one place. Oh, that's gonna much in one area. That is gonna be a rotation indeed. And we are heading to that very corner of the map.
It's like a complete spread of Skittles, but they're nicely aligned, color-coded, and in the meanwhile, ready to fight it out between each other, which truly is the best snack out of all of them. And currently, Full the Mango is taking some shots, early ones as well, to really let other teams know that they're here and they're ready to challenge.
Prepped, ready, but it's going to be definitely this push. As you push out, just at the wrong time, as Hisso is there. Nade's going to start throwing a quick drop shot to get a little bit of cover, but the movement is starting to aggressing up, but it's not going to happen. The Ferrixes have that on lock. The flush also coming through. So the Ferrixes, we said about them before, they had a sightline onto, I believe it was Mira as well. Playing this very open split could make him break this game.
Could it be? Hard Phoenix, we've seen you do some good stuff. You've always been very proactive when it came down to battle, but just not being able to take that edge over the others maybe has been a driving force for you to finally change it up a notch. Hisoka with a down kill of his own to exchange it, although not fully out just yet.
No, Hisso is just being carried, as we saw Farfur able to bring him to a bit more safety, and that was a long-ass walk. Trust me, I don't really want to do that, but I don't think the Phoenixes realize that 31 is also pushing up into their territory, so that is something to be mindful if you are the Phoenixes. Meanwhile, the High Sense squad, well, that's gonna do a lot of damage to you, buddy. You need to heal up once again, as High Sense only stay is playing this aggressive position, just trying to get information, trying to keep this squad inside the zone. It is, of course, the Dragon Kiss squad. And they are fighting only with 2 differences between these two teams.
Close calls, shots as well. Stape staying quiet and clear. The Dragons have scouted him out and now absolutely burnt him to a crisp. There it goes, one for the grill, and it's already going to be a barbecue here. Although Dragons do have one of their own, fall to the hands of Hisense's Stape, who in the end was able to find a kill before going out, just making sure that it's not going to be all for naught. Although Hisense, one of their players being gone, I imagine that's not the best of news. But so many players and teams alike going for this high ground, as it's definitely going to be one of the major holdbacks when it comes down to how you want to play out this map.
The zip line connecting these 2 mounds is something that they want a little bit of control, but what's more critical here is knowing that the whole backside of those players are going to be happy. And talking about being happy, AMW, they might have lost 2, but hey, free kills are free kills. Take what's given to you.
Don't complain, just be grateful. AMW, one of their own, and defying gravity, one going on the side of the wall. AMW still keeping up persistency as Peel will be taken out of the competition. 52 alive, 15 minutes here, just about to surpass the time where Hisense or Savchenko will be taking out Flames in return for extra aggression.
That nade might do some good. 31, I said how they were pushing up. Hasn't landed where they wanted it. We're going to have to swing round as far. Is going to find one and a quick flush as well. And 31's aggression has not worked in any way that they wanted. The Phoenixes have been strong. And this will be a major, again, another major jump up for this squad, as they're currently 12th, but they're playing like they're in first.
They definitely have the confidence to back it up here. Hard Phoenix, one of their might have been gone. Smiley, not going to be present no longer. But Dr. Wu has been a name that we've mentioned many more times than we can count. And especially because of how confident and, of course, how much he can back up that confidence taking these gunfights. He seems to be a bit outnumbered when it comes down to angles. But a lot of teams are going in for many more fights.
Yeah, 31, I just noticed on the map, backing away, not trying this rotation because they know they're blocked out. So they're probably going to try and look and take that northern route to get themselves into the south side of the map. And I tell you what, this is such a weird circle, because I don't think I've ever had a gameplay that's headed this south before. And this is some new territory for a lot of players, because nobody really drops this south, nobody plays this south.
It's new territory, maybe, but you need to adapt and overcome, which we've seen from some of these teams, while others have kind of struggled, fell behind, just to again be kills for the KD of others. Hisense here, really good on the move up. They've been constantly changing positions, and not only that, but they've been changing positions to contest multiple teams at once.
Mirror peppering down Hisense, and this is a lot better game from Hisense as we've seen before. However, there are still 16 teams left in this server. So even with this decreased circle that we sat there and went, ooh, that's definitely gonna lighten things up, it still hasn't done that yet. We're gonna have to wait to phase 4 before we really get teams getting wiped out of this game.
Come on, give it a bit more time. Everyone's been right now just trying to get themselves some merciful kills. A bit of possible ones for the count and extra points on the scoreboard. When it comes down to placement and survival alone, a lot of teams have been just focusing on keeping themselves in the game and having the others be outside, which is honestly just reasonable.
Mango's got this beautiful edge of compound, and they did have a little possession of the other compound, but vacating very quickly because they don't want to be split at this point in the game. Meanwhile, Delulu and Hard Phoenixes, the Pharynx, will start to push against each other, and I don't think you're going to realize that the Pharynxes are going to come from the rear. This should be interesting. This should be a battle indeed.
Yes, it should. Oh, it's getting mighty close there. Hard Phoenix are trying to surround the building the Lulu have found themselves in. And while the movement might see free at times, but the shot's not connecting, the first team to be eliminated will be 31 Gaming.
Pappy, getting that double. Open things up. Kaboom. Mic drop. Hard Phoenixes were doing strong. They were doing fantastic, but now comes the chaos as everyone's starting to rotate in. Delulu getting a couple onto Maestro, but Maestro is able to fire back and pepper a couple onto the Delulu squad. And it was bound to happen because look what's happening here as well. I think that's Full Rush slowly coming in, getting themselves prepped and ready for any third-party situation. Mirror also getting rid of the entirety of Hisense, which is so unfortunate as they had been playing a lot better. But still, we stick with the Delulu and Maestro's battle. And Delulu just can't find a way to get past them.
No, they can't. Look at Maestro holding them at... Oh, what a beautiful spray there. Lasering Agris down. That's another one from Maestro's. It might be the second kill they were able to pump up to there. Currently, Delulu have not given up just yet. They're going to be holding one of their own hostages and finishing the job onto Hazari. As Delulu's strike back might be more brutal than ever. There's two on the down, but Papai here is trying to fight it all. Odds are going to be against him, but he's not given up just yet, as he's still looking for aggression and fights.
Yeah, AMW as well. Just on the back of this, we'll be able to pick things up. But I talked about how Full Rush wants a piece of the third party. They're able to get one and take the flush as well. So it's still a point away. Delulu may still be alive, but they're being pinched once again. And Delulu just can't give in. They broke through. They got into that position. But AMW waiting. Full Rush there, having a good position, but has to back away because guess what? The 1-4-5-3s are shooting from afar.
There it is. Hot 90s having a heavy blow delivered to their side, while meanwhile, Idiox themselves trying to eat up a couple of these mangoes, have them done and dusted by any means necessary. As long as that's competition off of the streak, it's better news for them. Although 1453, 4 players still alive. Same goes for Full Rush, and they're going at each other's throats.
They really are. And very quickly, this is brilliant from Full Rush. They got themselves just on the edge. They also have a good bit of mountain cover as well as the Hot 90s. That's a beautiful drop shot from Chewy. Gets down and dirty, doesn't mind being on his knees. Especially when a few shots do fly through. But this is the battle of the very south position. And back into the building that go. That nade could land very well. Not going to go off. No nade. It was a flash, but a great win for Chewy as We Are Ready is taken out of this game.
Hot 90s, maybe from the 90s, but that's where that experience comes in quite handy. Old, not bold. Full Rush there finds one of the Delulu. That's a down onto Popeye, and I'm imagining he was able to recover two, or at least one of his teammates, to keep Delulu in the game. But Full Rush, now they're starting to bring in a lot more aggression and close in on these smaller teams with fewer players.
Cannon knew that he just couldn't go for that shot immediately. Had to play it patient for the moment before popping off. But Delulu taken away, final eliminated, with leaves 10 teams to go. Eagles have got the south side. They've got a major hill to climb up, and that might be a downfall, but it could also be a blessing as they have cover the entire of the way up. However, if any of these squads want to go aggressive, all they have to do is look down, and they can take advantage of the climbing Eagles.
Oh, Team Mira. They're looking for another roundabout with it. They're on that number 4 spot, if I can recall correctly. And AMW has now been caught in their interest. Looking to take them out. The final 2 are sitting inside the zone, not giving off any free kills. I imagine that's how they're going to be going off, but still resetting HP just in the final moments to keep themselves going. Oh!
Great shots, but it will come with a cost as AMW will lose one of their players, and it's down to Grigo. left alive inside the Storms. I don't think he'll be able to make that out. He's got 4 medkits, so there is a possibility, but he's going to have to go right into the backs of Free Fire. So AMW just trying to stay alive for a little bit longer, get that extra point placement. But the zone is going to get harsher, and it's 6 ticks. A lot more kicking off, and I do not see an AMW staying alive for any longer.
Ooh, a single tick and it would have been right on and over. Although Team Mira is still trying to take everyone's as a fight. They are going after team, and as long as it's an enemy in their sight, they're going to be shooting those bullets right how they're intended to. Although 8 kills is no laughing matter here with all 4 players alive. The potential still stands strong. And Mira, that's 1 onto Furley. That's 1453. One of the players on their knees. But still not down and out yet, just fully.
Not just yet, but you have to remember there's a lot of players in this area that could third-party off it, so it's not done and dusted. Oh, that nade's going to get it done. Goodbye.
Oh!
And just when you think it had got done, it hasn't. Just very quickly, 14-33 once again is going for these third parties, doing a fantastic job to cause a little bit of chaos. Has to back away. There's AMW. To finally get eliminated, unable to get the points position, no additional point for themselves. But this team, who is at the bottom of the leaderboard, 8 kills, will massively jump them up in this table.
Bottom of the barrel till the very top. 1453, maybe this isn't going to be that #1 spot lead, but it definitely allows you to hop over many others that are on similar wavelengths, such as yourself. And well, in the meanwhile, 55 Esports are going to be finished off on the #7 spots, allowing other teams to maybe even catch up or surpass them in such presence. Mira and 1453 having a lot of that potential, especially Mira, who are already on the #4 spot on the overall leaderboard, just closing in extremely tight.
Yeah, 1453 trying to do their best. They've had this height control. They've had map control. They have locked down that position God knows how often. But Mira, from all 5 maps, including this one, have been dominantly pushing forward and made sure that nobody can get up to them. But then you have Indiox, who are starting to spray, unable to get all the damage that they want. Able to get the flush. But now comes the danger. Mira, this aggression can cost you so badly. Exactly that.
Checkmate, Mira! You've been taken away and eliminated as their 5th. Now being revealed the top 4 spots for the Mangoes. Indiox, 1453 and Hot 90s, and the only team that actually has a full roster is Indiox with 1 dropped, potentially FTM if they keep it, but not for much longer, as it's complete carnage between all sorts of sides. 4 teams having a bout between each other, jumping on each other. Those are third parties we love to see. A lot of players to be counted up for kills, as 1453 will be leaving the arena.
Indiox still got the pressure and got the eyes onto the Mangoes, and that's exactly what they want to do. While this is all happening, yeah, you could see Hot 90s as 1 player on the southern side of this map just playing it calm, and what you want to see here is Indiox and the Mangoes really over-aggress each other, start to damage each other to the point they go down to 1v1, and then Hot 90s could come out on top of this. So playing patient and playing time could be a way that we see Hot 90s actually take this win. But right now, it's the Mangoes versus Indiox as they try and see any information as they have to descend down this hill.
Taking a steep way down there is definitely going to be challenging, especially with the 2 teams you have to face here. All 3, rather, 90s, Indiox, and for the Mangoes. All just waiting for a single one to fight between each other. Although I doubt Chewy here is going to be having much of a chance to take it away with it. He picks up quite the gun, and he's looking for a bit of a shootout.
That's one way to get it sorted. Only 60 bullets though, so we can't go and spray and pray, but it's going to do some damage. Once he fires, that's his game over though. All you do if you are Chewy, perk yourself into a nice little spot, pray that Indiox doesn't walk over you, and you let these other 2 teams, Mangoes and Indiox, fight each other. But with 50 seconds left before the zone is completed. Right now, a stalemate will ensue.
Yes, it will. Everyone's just trying to get that #1 spot. Again, the 10 points are fantastic for your position. And mostly, Iniox possibly have the best way. This is going to be... They've already surpassed 55 in this situation. Maybe already secured themselves the #1 spot. But while Chewy tries to fight back against that, Iniox take him out. The Hot 90s have been eliminated. And all 3 players get to keep their lives for now, as I don't believe anyone's trying to close in on them just as fastly.
No, they're not indeed. Of course, one of the Iniox players will have to be quickly revived, and this is an opportunity for the Mangoes to understand their position and location, and they can start putting the pressure on. But last zone, not really going to do anything different. They're already pushing that central point right now. Mangoes have the advantage because they can play on the edge. They can play the full 50 seconds now and make the zone do some damage and help them dramatically. So if you are Mangoes, you play patiently, you play with the mounds, you play with the hills, and you make sure that Iniox can't step in.
Pecorino could have actually snuck behind Iniox, but now it's a battle between 3 against 3, a 6-man initiation, and split it down 2. And now all the Mangoes are just hiding in nicely. Iniox are trying to escape the storm that's chasing behind them, and that gives Mangoes a huge advantage here, as they can just wait them out, stall them, and of course allow Iniox to step right into their trap.
That's what they're hoping. Already, a couple of shots will go off. And now Iniox know that the Mangoes have full map control. So they have to regroup, go in together, make sure that they can push in with damage. Daddy will get first, and Andrew is falling to the ground, and the quick flush might start to come in, but don't get too aggressive because Selfish is there to get another from a distance. So the res could come through. 2v3. Emergency cover landing, but it's on a hill. It's going to start rolling down. Not going to help you all too much. They know where one player is. But again, Daddy, once again, is going to get some shots to come through and start damaging. But they want to get the flush. They want to get the aggression. They're also going to find another player, but they got to time this perfectly right. Selfish with a swing. Unsuccessful. Down to Renez. Or Rezez. Has to try and do what he can. Gets it done. Iniox, another chicken dinner for them.
Iniox, this was their headway to that #1 spot, and before it gets revealed, again, this was a really good fight even for the Mangoes. 14-53, like a lot of teams that have not shown their face much, have not been able to really show their potential, and the final map stands before us. But another thing that stands here is that we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be back with you just shortly after it.
But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct, and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning, and the more you push, the faster start tripping till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, put you everything you're facing, keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing, get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others indulge in your dreams, they just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone then a one-man army, so you better be starving. And you better be carving through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're near the end as we get to the final map of today of this finals. It is where it is the do or die, the last 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay, where every kill matters, where every time that you are knocked and flushed, you put down the keyboard and you say, I'm done. I'm hyperactive. We're still stuck with Puffo Bob. I say stuck. A joy to be with.
Damn, that hurt. Hyper, I thought we were in this together. Oh my.
Well, we're stuck here together. We've been, bounded to the seats. You can't see the belt that's hanging me down. The creators at Plausible are keeping me there. But let's have a quick look at what happened last map on that Myanmar, where it was chaotic at the end, but Ineox was able to come out on top, 10 placement points with 11 elims to top it off. But in reality, 1-4-5-3, that was a game for them.
Absolutely. Kills were phenomenal. Although Ineox did still beat them in them, they were good. They were good. They were all around. They were very proactive. And in the end, with a 4th placement, that is just great and phenomenal. It went out quite nice, and they managed to prevail with quite a good game. But I'm wondering how well this pre-final map affected the overall scoreboard, because while 55 were constantly on the lead, they were able to get only 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point will definitely not be enough, and there it is. Salute goodbye to 55 Esports lead as Ineox is able to take it at the bittersweet end, but you can see it is all too close. A very, very close battle indeed. We're looking at 6. Just my math is going off. There's about 8 points difference, if I'm not mistaken.
Between...
Am I not mistaken?
Between
Ineox and 55.
Oh, there's like 12.
I can't do maths. Perfect. 12 points difference between the two squads, which does create that dramatic league. And of course, Eagles as well, getting a little knocked out earlier than they were expecting as well. 12-point gap between them and the Ineox. So that goes to show that if... Hang on a minute. Let's do some maths here.
Don't never do
If the top two teams get at least 12 kills and Ineox goes out early on, then they can overtake. But I know that's the obvious math, but then you have to add placement points, and I'll try my best to. I'll have my calculator ready to try and give you live updates throughout this game.
Alright, we're gonna rely on that from Hyper, but in the meanwhile, of course, we have to shout out PlausibleGaming, who have been allowing this entire tournament to run in the beginning, the fantastic production, everything in the background, and of course, you who can join Plausible community, the non-toxic community, to join in events like these. This is a community-based organization that is a fantastic as a whole, builds many relationships, and of course, there's no downside to it, so make sure to get along, follow on the socials, join the Discord, and of course, meet some new people. But I'm interested because we're going into the final map. It's going to be Miramar yet again, and this is the true decider of who ends up taking it.
Let's get this game going, and I tell you what, that is such a central line to fly through. It is perfect to kick things off as the plane flies in the sky, the hot heat of Myanmar. It shall be interesting. We're seeing quite a couple of early drops as AMW trying to drop down to Oasis. We've got a couple go to Le Cobra. But realistically, we're going to see some San Martina and Hacienda also drops in. Of course, not forgetting our biggest area, Los Llanos. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of how you say these, but, you know, I'll ask my Myanmarian friend how they're truly pronounced.
All right, now the drops are initiated, and taking a look at AMW, who definitely had some interesting maps in the previous sessions, one of them even being a claim of their own. The best way for them to start, it seems to be shooting out people who have yet to touch the ground.
Oh, that breaks some rules. Hold up. It's not physical rules, but it is gentleman agreement rules that you do not shoot out your opponents on the first drop.
That is true.
And there will be Holla in the place where will be frowned upon because it is it's not a written rule, so it's not like you can't do it, but it's an unwritten rule. It's like I'm trying to think of a very, very popular one. In hockey, you touch in ice hockey, if you touch the goalkeeper, you're gonna get beat up. It's an unwritten rule.
Absolutely. And while Maestro's dodging and weaving these bullets from Doctor, ooh, that's really going to be shaking me up. How much more can be shot? He's lost all of his bullets trying to take out a single piece of utility onto this player. And, well, that's some respect.
He's going to beat him up. He's going to beat him up. He's Fafu is going to run up and start a fist fight. Come on. Da, 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 I was started Rocky and then changed into Hawaii 5-0, but nonetheless, Far's found a weapon. He definitely got something to go. But honestly, we kind of want to see the punch up to come through as he presses right up to him. Is there a gun in their hands? Possibly. Now he's jumped inside the building. It's just going to be a back and forth on the door. Yeah, he's got no gun. What can you do?
Not much of a choice given, but Hazari, respect where it needs to be given currently. Fantastic dodging of the bullets and still being able to live for so long. And there seems to be someone again defying the laws of gravity with this scar. Beautiful artwork here, and just nicely swooping it in, going to this church, finally hoping to find some artillery to use for the later parts. And right now, again, we're having ourselves a beautiful view of this church. My God.
Do you want me to do a sermon for these guys while we wait for some action?
I don't know. Do I?
Oh, you do.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. To our Holy Father and Lord, to give us the luck in RNG, may the Korean gods, because it's a Korean game, look over us and tell us that the zone will be nice. And pray for some action and bombs and explosions. Kill them all, basically. Hell Satan for this. Told you it was worth it.
That just... Okay, we're gonna go past that. Nothing just happened. Let's take a look at the current action ongoing. A bit of a sandstorm. It seems like we're checking out the weather ongoing as Maestros, they're having themselves a bout here. Kurbos down onto one, looking to extend it, and then one fall a teammate, possibly giving off a bit of a grudge to the remaining rest.
Yeah, there's going to be a little grudge, but, you know, 'tis what it is. But how about that? Just a quick shoot and goodbye as Maestro. They lost one of their players early on by a poor drop, but Smelly, well, that's not the shots that you want to see, but the reinforcements are coming from the rear. That is exactly not what the Pharynxes want, and this looks like it could be over and done with so early here.
Ooh. What a job to start, as all of the Phoenix have been eliminated, and Maestros being the ones to put them in the grave. An interesting beginning, that also being the first team, again, just passing that 5-minute mark, an early initiation, and a lot more teams seem to be going towards each other for Rush, facing off against 31, finishing one of their players.
Yeah, it definitely is not the way they wanted to kick things off, and just to make it even worse, we start to see 60-55 esports has been lost a player early on. This just got from bad to worse from them.
Oh yeah, 55 really do lose that type of aggression once push comes to shove. And look at them just standing still. I don't know if they've realized what they've currently lost, but that's the first player on your team. You either need to avenge him, or of course Tiny here, who's going to be playing a safe game as he comes out swinging behind and Stape. Just like the name indicates, instant reaction and finds the second from 55.
This is not like Tyne. He usually wins those close quarter battles, and we saw him when he was part of Typhoon against Grove Street, and he was able to fend off 2 of them that pressed against him. Is that clip just a fluke, or is that just the unfortunate situations that came upon them? But yeah, Tyne not having the game he wants to have, it definitely doesn't feel... It just doesn't feel right, this game. It feels broken.
Absolutely. Mira, though, one of those teams to really been consistent throughout all these maps, and they're looking to find themselves one extra to put in the grave. That's one to drag in the dirt. It will be Maestros, who have been really aggressive all around the board, be it with a gun or without, as they do get taken out. And, well, you know, I've been wondering for a while, Hyper here, there is a bit of a giveaway going on, but there's been 5 codes. Where's the 6th one?
Yeah, last code, Red Zone Rejects, and let me spell that out for you, and I'll only spell it out once on stream, otherwise look inside the chat, it will be there. REDZONEREJECTS. That is the Red Zone Rejects. even though there may not be a red zone in a competitive game, make sure you go into the links that are provided in the stream and go and get those 2,000 coins. We're talking about getting those coins. How about 31 Gaming's time done and dusted?
Just out of the competition, that's how they're going to be leaving the battlefield. As in the meanwhile, Hot 90s, they've been always all around it, but just not one of those major names that can persist till the very top 3. They've been in the top 4 in the previous map, if I do recall, but that's not what gets you the victory, nor does it rise you up till the very top, as long as you can't back it up with a full team, and a lot of kills that we have also been noticing on the side of Balkan Eagles.
Yeah, 90 also trying to push up their clown carring this way forward, so it's a quick aggression. And I think they will be under the illusion that it's only one player that's popped up. But no, Hisense are going to try and make sure that they have everybody there to stop the push forward. Chewy's been a dominant player, but Chewy dropped to the floor quickly.
All right, here we go. That's Hisense. They've already claimed a team for themselves. An extra kill along the way, but they're not going to be stopping there just yet. That's not their final end goal. And still sticking not only roofside, but inside this building. This one house is going to be their major key point of plotting it out, while 2 of the players trying to get that revive on. I'm not seeing the utility come out very hot and heavy because we don't have the courting one. Stapy having to back up due to outside shots coming in. And 2 of the players from Hot 90s, while the one is down, the rest here are right in the sights of Hisense themselves.
Yeah, the blue zone's trying to do the damage, but the res has come up, so everything of util is missed. And this allows a second chance for the 90s to come in to try and get one more push and one more kills, but I don't see it happening. Hisense are on their game. They have stepped up the way they needed to. There's one. Stay gets the second. Says goodbye. And this is a disaster show if you are the 90s.
Yes, it is. Not looking the greatest. And we've barely surpassed 10 minutes, and already so many players have been taken out. That's what happens when it's such an open field. While though there might be cover, not many players are taking it to their advantage, or rather they're being caught off guard the second they don't have it for themselves, which is definitely going to display here. And although everyone, or at least the majority of players, just a very small minority of them being outside the zone, it yet again shrinks, and well, it shrunk right down to where all the main action is currently unfolding.
Yeah, we've got Cantera, we've got the truck stop, we've got the mines as well. We've got a lot still in play at the edge of Impala. Though, to be honest, anyone drops Impala, myself, doesn't really do a lot in Impala, and they decide to rotate quickly. So, there is some good areas that you could start to anchor in and get the compound going, but while this is all happening, may I just remind you, we've only just started Phase 2. All that action in Phase 1, we're only just about to start the juicy bit.
That is true. We are just about at the very beginning, or should I say first third of this match, and it's already proven to be quite a festive match map, whatever you want to consider it. And this time around, it's just going to keep on ascending, although right now I can imagine for a couple of minutes we're going to be nicely taking our time to relax and these teams to set back. But 1453 do not have that mindset.
The more defensive mindset as full rush. Doing as the name says, full rushing up to the point and wanting to try and take over those bottom buildings under, I believe that's water treatment nonetheless. But your soul has been shot and very quickly being eliminated. Full rush pushes aggressively, explodes onto the point, and able to take control.
There goes 1453. They tried to take it. Didn't really work out the best because that's exactly what your mistake was, trying to go against full rush. You were not only up and close, but ready for any confrontation, as now even we are ready, taking it from afar. An extra one to their left. They seem to be spotting some vehicles, not paying attention to those though. They already have a victim in their line of sight, but you do want to watch out for dragons who have caught on to you.
Yeah, the Dragons, they are needing desperate points here. They only have 12 kills, 4 placement points, so they're currently sitting in 12th. They want to make a major jump up, trying to crack the top 10, top 8. And if we play off EWC qualification rules, top 8 would qualify you. So this would be great practice if they can get themselves there. As a reminder, in only 2 days' time, EWC will commence. Sorry, tomorrow, EWC qualifiers will commence. And this is great for all these teams to get those reps in and to keep PUBG going.
To keep it going. Make sure you're still caught up with everything. Although, keep in mind, a lot of these teams, or rather the top 4 from the previous overall scoreboard, have it all on the line right now. Major league teams such as 55, Balkan, Iniox, and Mira, those would be the ones you want to look out for, and those are the ones that really want to make it to the end stage here.
Try and get to the bittersweet end. Try and make sure that you are going and taking victory. Iniox wants to make sure that there is a massive buffer. Remember, 12 points is the difference between both teams. 55 and the Eagles, both close to getting that lead.
Mangoes tend to lose one. It's going to be Rasaquino. As in the meanwhile, Zetch is going to be the one delivering those bullets. Now, clicking on those triggers, pulling the finger, and Mangoes right now losing out on the one player, tried to smoke out and maybe get the revive, but time simply wasn't sticking around for it to be witnessed. And now, with it, phase 3 is underway.
Yeah, this is going to force a lot of teams to come closer together, but we saw how long it took before real fights come in, so I'm not too worried while this rotation starts to come through. Phase 4, that's where the action starts to ramp up to the best of levels. We are ready, though. How do we describe their performance? Sitting in 13th, 14 kills, 1 placement point. It really has not been a day for them.
No, it has not. And now they're going to have to be facing Mira unless they get ignored by them, which does seem to be the case, but with so many bullets coming out, I mean, they're just asking for an all-out war. And there comes a nade, you're approaching them close. A bit of a backtrack here from one of the players, and it does seem to be heading right their direction as that's a down onto LFP, a finish by it as well. And Mira have already lost one in such a low amount of time.
Yeah, very quickly, Mira trying to capitalize back as they're able to take down 2. So from the grave, they come through, and Mira are taking out War so quickly. And now there's only one left alive, and that is Taxil, just left to stay and keep the hopes going. But it's not going to happen as the flushes come through from 3. Last hope. 1v3, a clutch of a dream for We Are Ready. I don't think they were ready for that fight.
Oh, and what a beautiful flash and combination! As all of a sudden, We Are Ready have been eliminated by Mira, challenged by We Are Ready, and that did not go their way. While though they did manage to take out LFP, they exchanged their entire roster for it, which is definitely not the best of looks. And Mira have also claimed 7 kills along it, showing absolute dedication to the craft.
Mira currently in 4th. They're looking at a 20-point gap to close to the Iniox squad. So you're asking Iniox to go out early and for essentially a win plus as well 10 kills. Then they're good. But you can see the 55 esports in that center, Iniox in that center, Eagles in that center, all top 3 teams inside the circle, not needing to rotate. We could still see the Eagles moving around just a little bit. But they're happy. They're happy to lock and anchor down this position and allow these other teams to come up to them and harvest some points.
Harvest some indeed. They've came here together, and so they have arrived, but not on very welcoming terms. as it seems like AWP are taking shots at them. Not the best when it comes down to accuracy, but it's still a threat nonetheless. Balkan here finding one from 1453. It's a down, it's a finish, and all of a sudden, similar to delivered, as one comes out from 6 Moon to be completely taken out by Grigo, and AWM are also looking to challenge the side of Full Rush, not knowing how close they tend to be sticking.
Yeah, Full Rush are again doing exactly what their name says, going aggressive, making sure they can get in their face, because their CQB game is phenomenal. They're able to play aggressive, but you want to take out Hollow. That P90 is a death machine when it's in the right hand, so you've got to be careful when you have somebody pressing up against you with this.
Look at him nicely waiting for it. Great throw. Doesn't land accordingly. 6 Moon taken out, and one player right below you. You failed to react quickly, and that's where his teammates come in to support. But the battle all going out. It seems like there's gonna be no third party between the two, as many more teams are having a stray between each other, and going in will be Masinik as he goes out. Another for Delulu. Mango's at Hisense now, going off on their own, and Full Rush AMW still finding each kills for the other. A lot of downs for AMW, but Full Rush being the only ones who are actually keeping them at bay.
They're doing a good job so far. The zone starts to push in. Can you get this heal off? It's a 4th zone. It's going to do a lot of damage, so the res will come through. Maybe not this. I think this is going to be a knock. AMW gets it off. He's fine. He's safe. You can still fight your way through phase 4 zoning, but it's about to turn to phase 5, and this is where it becomes difficult. And this isn't the first time AMW have been inside the blue zone trying to heal their way through. But it's just a pain to watch.
All right. Full Rush there. They seem to have won it out. Taking a look at the map, every single aspect in a sig dotted line seems to be covered. And now zooming in a bit more, we have a full elimination of AMW. Full Rush finishing the job. They were challenged. They took it just like Mira against the earlier war. And well, that's only a battle. The war has not yet been won. And in the meanwhile, Iniox are looking to climb up to the very #1 spot.
Yeah, Iniox have just a small slither of compound they can play off, but you can see Andrew playing aggressive from the players behind, making sure they don't push into what is already rightfully theirs. As the Dragons have been at low, they have not done they haven't done too much. They have put themselves in 12th, and they want to make sure they create some headway and create some damage, as Delulu is going to get wiped out early on. It's annihilation with the Mangoes. And what do you do if you are the Dragons? How do you push in these situations?
Ooh, it's a rough one, right? But you either need to hope you can dodge those bullets like Maestro did earlier, or utilize those smokes. Again, this car is going to be your get out of here. Easy ticket to find yourself that comfort, and the smoke being a great way to try and cover your tracks, but it's difficult, especially on the range. As there we go, Andrew with his aggressive side, really pulling out efforts and making them work his worthwhile. That's another team to be basically gone, as Dragons now only have 1 remaining.
Iniox adding 4 more points, making it a 16-point gap. Plus, if they got knocked out now, 1 point, but I'm not factoring that in just yet because the positions have not been solidified. That is a huge advantage to kick things off with. Iniox looking to cement their win here.
All right. Now let's see it. Hisense 55 still looking to claim some for themselves, or rather themselves, but these long shots from Hisense have been really deadly and precise, as now Dragon Kiss eliminated, and Hisense on 10 kills, while 55 are still not backing off of fights.
We'll see in the feed, 55 able to get 1 on the feed, make that 2 in the feed, so countering exactly what Iniox has done in this match. Being on the edge has become a blessing because you can get these gunfights. Meanwhile, the Eagles, who are centered and central in this entire game, they're going to have to wait for people to push into their sight lines because you can't do anything with it. Meanwhile, Hisense, have we noticed the 10 kills that they're carrying right now? They are doing a fantastic job to really jump some positions here and to top it off, some position points as well.
6 teams. This is getting close again. Keep in mind, this is the final one. It's all down to the wire here. And a lot of teams might actually have the opportunity of this being the game changer for them, while others definitely don't have the shot at all. It all matters here, these final
55
few moments.
esports are going to be out. 55 esports are stuck. He can't move. He has to res, and he's also trapped in the corner. This is going to be the goodbye, but look, he has 16 medkits to try and survive, and he gets like 13-ish health after every revive. I think he's gonna die soon. He's not gonna have enough. Oh my god.
That is insane.
13 jumps back. Quick check, then goes to heal at 50. He will keep doing that, but the zone ticks will increase. He goes to the shots. He knows he's done. And that is 55 esports out of the running. They are not going to jump up.
Oh, but Hisense, this is their moment. This is where they've been really having quite the performance. Daddy's stuck on it. That was all irony meant. As man goes, their final hope completely boxed in, being looked upon by many, and I mean many sharks.
Do you want the disappointment? This whole series is over. This whole series looks to be over. There is a very, very little way that it can be won. 14 points is the gap with the kills that I've calculated. Position points. Iniox is still going to get a big chunk of it, which will increase their lead. And even if the Eagles wipes them out, wipes Hisense, wipes out 1-4-5-3, I do not believe they can take the lead of this series.
Ooh. 4 teams, but not players according to it. About an 11 between all 4. Balkan and, of course, Iniox having the most potential to take it home. Hisense here with 10 has really been reigning, but the consistency in the prior maps has not been catch up with currently what they have. 1453 definitely had a moment of their own, but that's already passed us by a long shot. And I imagine Iniox here are looking to claim the victory, especially with the placement they already have.
So just confirm, even if the scenario I gave you, the Eagles go and wipe everyone else, it would be a 4-point gap. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can say and call it early. Iniox has won this series, but it's down to pride. It's down to what additionals can you do. Can you take a chicken dinner, make it 3 for your side, or will Eagles be able to put another on the board for themselves? That is the question that they're playing. These guys don't have the maths in front of them, so the battle must continue.
The battle must go on. I mean, it's not just over yet until we say it's over, because this right now is going to be huge. Hisense, one of their 2 players, seems to be taking a heavy load of damage, nicely retreating now while everyone's just waiting out the timer. It seems that here, Balkan have spread themselves along the thin line of the outside circle, which means they're ready to take initiation on anyone that might be looking to peek out a bit too much.
Iniox playing it safe. They know that they want those massive kill points. They know that they want to get... If they get any more kills, it will benefit them and just solidify this lead. Remember, in a place of first and seconds, as that is huge. Find it, land it, 2 added to Iniox. Brilliant work from them to find the mortar. And now, the 4v4 fight we have been waiting for is about to commence.
This is the largest battle leading up to this exact moment. Balkan and, of course, Inox both have been great teams, fantastic competitors, but rivals to be described the best. And right now, it's going to be coming down to this close-up battle. Rafa is going to be taken first, and also down will be delivered right into his pocket, although that's only the first. It's two for Inox, and although Balkan might have the upper hand, it's not over just yet, but this HP certainly isn't looking good nor healthy. There it is in combination with a fragmentation, and the last one, open field, winner, chicken dinner, and Balkan Eagles take the final map of the grand finals.
It is so unfortunate that all that hard work, even taking the win, it will not be enough, because you add the 10 to their side, you then add the 6 to the other side, which then makes it 12. Plus also the kills, because they got an additional 4, so 16. Don't think any of the Inox squads dropped. It's definitely going to be close, definitely looking to be an 8-point difference between the two squads.
All right, and like that, we're going to start revealing the champion here today. The grand final was huge battles all around the board, but there's always one winner, and the winner chicken dinner goes to none other than Inox, taking the champion of Season 6 on Plausible Gaming's PUBG Championship. The true winners, and in the end, prevailed to be the greatest team today we could have had.
Yeah, strong underdog story. Started out with being eliminated in map 1 with 0 points. You could tell that they were riled up and they were annoyed. They decided to make a comeback, slowly progressing their way. Arendelle, not the map they wanted to play on. Then we went to Diego. That's where they started to step up. Then went to Rando first, they stepped up. Diego made a presence, and then both Myanmar's was just the absolute onslaught you expected from Inox. Hats off to them, and definitely some boost of confidence.
Absolutely, and again, I imagine everyone here is grateful for what Plausible Gaming has allowed us. This is going to be the one more time I said, but Plausible Gaming is a fantastic, non-toxic community-based organization that allows people to gather around, have competitions such as like this. Again, it's community-based. You can be a part of it. Join the Discords, follow all the socials, and get a part of it, because it's a fantastic time and there is no downside to it, especially if you love CS2, if you love PUBG, all these games. Get along and have a great time. But now we're going to be waiting to see how the scoreboard truly turned out to be between all of these teams, as of course there was a bit of difference, and while others have it a bit more close, the others have it a bit more spread out. And again, like you said, Hyper, it came down to a bit closer, but in the end it wasn't that 1 point margin that ended up making the difference.
No, it definitely is a lot of big jumps. We saw how Hisense was able to pull off such a fantastic game. They definitely are not at the bottom at this point in time. They are jumping up, but let's have a look what it will all look like. We know Inox took rank number 1 from the game, but quickly looking for the last match, Eagles 16, Hisense was 16 as well, but the gap I said was 8 to kick things off. Inox stayed close with 12, and that majorly kept it close. But I think we all don't care about what happened last match. We want to know what the full leaderboard is. Drum roll, please. Bada, because I know I've got a Hisense mic.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
Come on, don't edge us any longer, please. We need to see the results here. I mean, we already see Balkan was 16, the second was 16. But now, from first to second, an 8-point difference. And then it drops down to 12, to 5, to... Holy, it tends to really take these big jumps you mentioned.
Yeah, a big jump. And if we're playing like this wasn't the grand finals, Hisense made the play of their game, going from dead last. They jump to qualify into that 8th position. What a jump from them, pushing Delulu down, pushing some of the other teams down as well. But Team Mira, so close. They were having a fantastic game. Their aggression was on point. Just couldn't capitalize on those placement points, which is what let them down the most. Their kills, well, they were the second best killing team in this server. We know they can fight, but unfortunately, they will stay in fourth. So quickly, Iniox, Balakan, 33 esports, 55 esports, then Team Mira to finish it off.
Absolutely. And another shout out to LFG. Again, the fantastic community here. It's not toxic. We've mentioned it so many times. And at this point, you have to believe us. You have to get along just to see. You know, many people say it's too good to be true. Just for stick around and figure out it is true and it is good. It's fantastic. Come around, non toxic. You have multiple games to check out and it's very diverse. But in the meanwhile, we do want to thank every single one of the players, the teams, PlausibleGaming specifically, the production in the background doing a fantastic job, and of course, Hyperactive. Thank you so much for sticking around with me today.
I've got to thank you, Puff, because that is exactly what we need, is a duo and a combination of everything to come together. Again, a big shout out to the production team who spent hours, and let's be real, this isn't just a standardized production. There are, let me count, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people working behind the scenes, making this thing happen. They are phenomenal, they are magical, they make the real PUBG tournament look pathetic compared to what we got here. It is absolutely amazing. But thank you very much for everybody watching, for the viewers, everything, and of course, naturally, Plausible will be shouting out that winner of the competition for the viewership. So make sure you get your final entries in. But from myself and Bob here, thank you very much for watching, and good night.
Stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it coming in, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you always had it inside is the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still.